First time since 2011. Follow all season long and find out.
Belted, deep left field, it's gone. Hoskins hits it into the second row of seats.
It's the best Phillies coverage in South Jersey. On the air, on the app, and online at 973ESPN.com.
Embiid catches on the right wing. Hachimura comes a double. Joel shoots it over the double team, and that's good. It doesn't matter. He's got too much airspace. 3 straight field goals by Embiid. 8-point game for the Sixers. 1:35 to go.
You heard it right here yesterday on 97.3 ESPN. Tom McGinnis with the call as Joel Embiid just too much for the Wizards. And the Sixers take game 1. Now, some people would say not in impressive fashion. I'll tell you why I was impressed with the Sixers and the way they won that game yesterday. What's going on, everybody? This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there? So there's so many different angles we can take on this game because Sixers social media is filled with the lowest of low that you can possibly find. And yet I found them. I always seem to find the least intelligent Sixer fans on my timeline. I don't know how that works. Is that on everybody's timeline or is it just mine? It's unbelievable to me. The Sixers won that game yesterday, and they got into a little bit of a fight with the Wizards, which was to be expected. If you didn't think the Sixers were going to come out and have a little bit of a fight against the Wizards, I don't know what you were thinking. I mean, the Sixers starters had not played a game in 10 days. They did not play in 10 days. The Warriors just played 2 nights ago and played 4 nights ago. So they had 2 games to kind of get ready for this game. So it was that classic rust versus rest situation. And then you throw into the mix, like, I don't understand how people watch that game and were frustrated afterward. You know, Joel Embiid played 10 minutes in the first half. He played 10 minutes in the first half. 10. And yet, the Sixers are losing to an 8 seed at halftime. Yeah, Joel Embiid played 10 minutes. And then the Simmons hate is just on another level, which is just mind-blowing to me. It is just mesmerizingly mind-blowing that people couldn't watch that game yesterday. I get it. He scored 6 points. He was 0 of 6 from the free throw line, which, by the way, he should be criticized for. Ben Simmons has to do a better job at the free throw line. But if that's your takeaway after 15 rebounds and 15 points and the way that he played defense on Bradley Beal yesterday, I mean, Beal, 6 turnovers in the game, 1 of 6 from three-point range. You could obviously see Beal was having some issues with Ben Simmons' size on him. In the times that he was guarding Beal, Beal was 1 of 6 with 3 turnovers in the game yesterday. I mean, Ben Simmons, I don't understand how people watch that game. And then afterwards, that Ben Simmons is on the top of your list of what the problems are. They won the game in large part because Ben Simmons had 15 assists. You see, like, when you look at Ben Simmons, the first numbers you should be looking at right after Ben Simmons, it's not how many points he scores. It is how many points did Seth Curry have and how many points did Danny Greene have. When you look at a Ben Simmons game and then see 15 assists, go to the Curry and Greene 3-point make box score. And there is your game for you. Because those guys hit 6 threes, and I think they combined for 26 points. So when Seth Curry and Danny Greene combined for almost 30 points and 6 threes, that's when you know Ben Simmons completely dominated the game. It's not when Ben Simmons scores 25 points that he dominates the game. Yeah, that's nice. It's when those two guys, I mean, Seth Curry's taking 3-point shots. There's not even anybody in the zip code. Hell, if I was out there, I'd be making some of those threes. He was so wide open. Danny Green's in the corner, and you're thinking, how can you not defend this guy? You know why? Because they're all swarming 25. You might say, I don't know why, but hey, I'm not here to answer that question for you. All I know is, my God, Curry's getting wide open threes. And then, of course, if we want to get to Tobias Harris and what he did yesterday, I think we can. Look, I'm not saying it's time to put to rest. Hey, Tobias Harris has to play like this. But there's your recipe for the Sixers right there. It's Joel. What did I talk about? A three-prong effort. It's Joel Embiid dominating the paint. Wizards have no answer for Joel Embiid. They have no answer for Joel Embiid. And he played only 10 minutes in the first half. He still scored 30. I mean, if he plays a normal first half, he's going to score 45 against this team. In one of these games, Joel Embiid will go over 40. They cannot stop him. So the three-prong is there. 1, Joel Embiid dominates the paint. Washington has no answer. 2, Tobias Harris creating quick thoughts, quick shots, quick decision-making, 37 points, absolutely owned the game yesterday. And 3, Ben Simmons basically yo-yoing like a string the Washington defense. Ben Simmons dictating when he feels like, when he wants to do, when he wants to get out and transition. He absolutely controls the tempo of the game. And yet people complain because you want him to score more points. I get it. Oh, he doesn't score more points. Don't worry about Ben Simmons' points. If he scores the points or Curry or Greene scores the point, what's the difference? We had this argument before. I said, well, who cares who's scoring the points? Why does it matter who scores them? If Curry and Greene scored 26, would you rather Simmons scored 26 and they scored 0? Would you rather that Simmons scored 20 and that those two combined? Because then you would say, they're not making their threes. They scored 26. I think it was 20. I think Curry had 15 and Greene had 11. They both hit 3 threes. Curry took 9 threes. He hit 3. You'll take that. And I think Greene was 3 for 4. Ben Simmons, other than the fact that he went 0 for 6 from the free throw line, played about as perfect of a game that the Sixers want him to play. There's the key. That's the game the Sixers want him to play. It's not the game that Joe fan sitting on the couch wants him to play, but that's the game that Doc Rivers wants him to play. And thank God for that. Holy moly. Can you imagine somebody out there saying to Ben, rolling the ball out and saying, hey, Ben, we want you to score 26. Don't pass the ball to the wide open guys on the wings shooting threes. We don't want that. We'd rather have you be the guy that scores 26 points. Because it really matters which guy is the one that scores the points. Like it's a fantasy basketball game. My guy's not scoring enough points. Ben Simmons has to score more. Hey, look, I would agree with you. If Curry and Greene don't score 26 combined, then Ben Simmons needs to pick his offensive game plan up, production up. No question about it. Greene and Curry go 6 of 13 from three-point range. You will take that every single game. Now, the only difference is, and I agree with you, Ben Simmons has to make his free throws, or at least half of them. He cannot go 0 for 6 from the free throw line. Now, that being said, I think some of it is they haven't played in 10 days. He even mentioned after the game when he was asked about his defense, he thought he did not play as well defensively as he could have. He said, look, he admitted that he was a little fatigued after not playing in 10 days, and I think that's why you didn't see him on Beal as much as you might down the road. But I don't know how anybody could watch Ben Simmons yesterday and come up with the first thought. I'm not saying you can't nitpick. If you want to nitpick Ben, there are things we can nitpick, and that's fair. You can do that. But if you watch that game yesterday and your first inclination is, oh, my God, he didn't score. Holy moly. That, to me, is the quintessential Ben Simmons game. I would like him to score some more points. Sure. I'll play along. Do I want him to score more points? Sure. Yes. That would be cherry on top. That would be nice. But it's not a necessity for me. Not if those guys talked about it all season long. If Seth Curry and Danny Greene are going to shoot the way they did last night, I don't need Ben Simmons to score any more points than he did yesterday. And neither should you. That's their recipe. That's been their recipe all season long. That's the way they got the number 1 seed. That's who they are. Sometimes what Ben Simmons does isn't pretty, but it's underappreciated, and it's a big part of what makes the Sixers win. In a league that puts such a strong emphasis on shooting and scoring, Simmons doesn't excel in those areas. But what he does is help others maximize those two areas, and that was on full display. He set a playoff career high, by the way, with 15 points. And as Doc Rivers said after the game, quote, he created so many points off the glass, transition threes, and he creates switches that they don't want to have. That's a huge key right there. Many of the things, and Simmons, by the way, added 15 rebounds. Throw that into the mix, too, which helped me hit my double-double and win bet on my DraftKings sportsbook yesterday. 15 points and 15 rebounds, double-double and a win, and the team wins. That was the bet. But if you look back at Joel Embiid, Tobias Harris, Danny Greene, and Seth Curry, many of the things that they accomplish on the offensive end come from Simmons' ability to get them the ball in the right spots and then get them wide open looks. Harris, 37, Embiid, 30, Curry and Greene, 26, 6 3-pointers. Doc Rivers said after the game, he's a treasure. And yet, people out there, holy moly. Rivers says he's a treasure. Joe Schmo thinks he stinks. Pretty crazy, isn't it? You are watching a guy who's so uniquely different, and you can't appreciate it. That is what is the most bonkers, bizarre thing with this whole situation. That is, to me, what boggles my mind more than anything. When you have this unique thing, this unique player that nobody else has, and yet because no one has it, you deem that it's not special. It's not wrong. It's wrong. It's not different. It should be. You want the unicorn to look like the horse. You know, you have the unicorn and you're saying he's got that stupid thing on his forehead. That's what the unicorn is. That's why he's special. You'd rather take the unicorn horn off and make him look like every other horse out there, which makes you a horse's ass. It really does. I can't understand it. And there are people that I know that I kind of have some respect for their basketball acumen. At least I did. And they sound like jackasses. Oh, you know, it's 6 points. Over. Who cares? Who cares how many points Ben Simmons scores if you haven't figured out by now that they don't want him to score? Holy moly. There were so many things in that game, but I can't believe that this was at the top of the list of things that bothered people yesterday. I mean, Tobias Harris. For all the people who were on the Tobias Harris island of, well, I want to see it in the playoffs. Fine. So then I get this today. I mean, it's unbelievable. I said, imagine being on that Tobias Harris stinks island. It's apparent if you watch them at all this year, if you watch the Sixers play at all this year, you would have got off that island a while ago like I did. Look, I was tough on Tobias Harris last couple years. He was not the player that we thought we were getting. If you watch them play 72 games this year, you would see that he was a completely different player. And if you couldn't see it, I don't know what to tell you. And I get a tweet that says, relax, it's the first playoff game against the 8 seed. Let's have a discussion a couple games into the Nets series. So first it's, let's see him do it in the playoffs. So then he scores 37. Now it's, well, I want to see him do it versus a different team in the playoffs. So all season long, I want to see Tobias Harris do this in the playoffs. I want to see what Ben Simmons and Tobias are going to look like come playoff time. Tobias Harris goes for 37, and Ben Simmons has 15 assists. And then all of a sudden it's, well, they're not playing against a good team. I got news for you. This is Tobias Harris. This is who he is now. And this is who they want Ben Simmons to be. That's who the Sixers want him to be. If they sat him down and had truth serum and said, Ben, this is what we want from you, I'm telling you right now, they wouldn't say, Ben Simmons, we need you to score 25 points. We need you to start shooting the ball. We need you to start making threes. That's not what they would say. They would say, Ben Simmons, if you can give me 15 assists every single night out, as long, by the way, you have to pick and choose your spots. You can't say, give me 15 assists every single night of the week. You know why? Because you need the other guy. What did Russell Westbrook say the other night when Barkley asked him, or Kenny Smith asked him, what's the hardest part of the triple-double? And he said the assist, because I can't make the shot for them. Someone else has to make that. So Ben Simmons gets 15 assists. Why? Well, why is because Seth Curry is wide open. Danny Green is wide open. Why are they wide open? Because you have 25. Why are they wide open? Because of Ben Simmons. It's why they're wide open. Now, if those guys aren't connecting, if they don't make 6 threes yesterday and they only make 2 threes, well, then Ben Simmons can't keep throwing them passes if they're clanking threes up. He's got to be more aggressive and get to the basket. But I can't understand it, and I won't for the life of me. If you can come up with a better explanation, please share it with me. I'd love to hear it. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. On the text board, Mike, glad to hear your bet came through. All I needed was Simmons to score 10 for the triple-double bet. Missed 6 foul shots. Come on, he's better than that. Well, see, you're correct about that. The 6 missed foul shots are not acceptable. That I'm not giving him a pass on. But guess what? In a win, when he had 15 assists and his 2 3-point shooters combined for 26 points and 6 rebounds, I don't care about your triple-double bet. I get it. It's frustrating. But of the things that bother me or that need to come up, him not making those free throws, it's something that should be discussed, and it's something that is unacceptable. But on this day, that goes down here, and the other things go up here. That's what happens. Christopher's watching on YouTube. Says, Gill, I love 15 rebounds and 15 assists with 2 turnovers. That is the Simmons we need every game this postseason. Just my opinion. Christopher, if he has 15 rebounds and 15 assists and turns the ball over twice and plays the way he did yesterday, and by the way, he's going to play better as this goes on. He said it yesterday, and we all agree. They had a little rust in the system. They had not played in 10 straight days. Saw people talking about Embiid look like he was out of shape. I mean, what the hell were people watching yesterday? Oh, you mean the Embiid that was essentially unstoppable in the second half of the game? How did he look out of shape? He played 10 minutes. He didn't look out of shape. He looked like he was annoyed that he had 2 fouls. There's a difference of lack of aggression because I got 2 ticky-tacks on me. Holy mackerel. Like, seriously, you watched that game yesterday and thought that Joel Embiid looked like – I'm like, are you kidding me? He absolutely kicked the crap out of that team. They had no answer. James Brennan, defense will always prevail. Go Sixers. It prevailed yesterday because they needed it to. That's a Washington team that wants the Sixers to have to play in the 130s, and Washington can't get there. And by the way, Washington shot the ball well. They shot over 40% from 3 and still lost the game. James, Simmons did exactly what we needed from him, minus the free throws. The recipe they used with Harris, Curry, and Greene taking over the first half, and B took over the second, plus great down the stretch. Defense. And I've been telling you this all season. This is their recipe. If you want Ben Simmons to score 25 points, that's not their blueprint. You're going to be frustrated after every single game. Maybe once in a while he has that night where he pulls it out. But I'm telling you this, the nights that he scores 25, Curry and Greene aren't going to score that many points. SLR is watching on YouTube. He says, Beal scored 30 and lost. Westbrook is notorious for his stats while losing games, while Russ shoots less than 9 times his teams win. When he shoots more, they lose. Beal scoring 30 is a big one there because he scored 60 against the Sixers this year and lost. They just don't have it. They just don't have the firepower. If they couldn't steal that, yesterday was the game for them to catch the Sixers off guard, playing after 10 days of sitting out. Embiid gets in foul trouble. That's the game they have to win. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. SLR, thanks for the message. We'll get more of your Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, video messages. If you're watching the show today, leave a message. Tell me what you thought about the game. Tell me what you thought about the playoffs, weekend one. Some great stories. We're going to get into them. Mike McGarry in 20 minutes. Tommy Greene, former Phillies pitcher. If you were listening to Friday's show, we did Do You Remember? And on that day, May 23rd, which was yesterday, Do You Remember Weekend Edition, Tommy Greene threw a no-hitter. And I said, maybe I can get Tommy Greene to talk about that. Well, he's on today, the 24th. So one day after his no-hitter, he will be on to talk some Phillies baseball at 3 o'clock. Paul Hudrick is in the house. How about Phil Mickelson? What does it mean for the sport? Cam Rogers joins me at 3:40 today on the Sports Bash. All right, we're just getting started. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. And it's powered by First Bank of Seattle.
Here's Hill with it down low. What a catch and what a layup. Simmons with quite a feed. He snaps off a chest pass from midcourt. 7 straight by the Sixers. George Gill, he had to separate the ball from his ribcage and then wrestled up it in. He needed a flak jacket to catch it, and he scores it.
A perfect bounce pass from Simmons to Hill with a little reverse layup there. George Hill played a factor in that game yesterday, too. So the people who looked at that trade and said, what's going on there? You saw Hill contribute yesterday in there as well. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the text board. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, live video. You can watch the show, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Alex from North Cape May chimes in, says, Ben Simmons to me is a 6'10 version of Draymond Greene in the sense that he's a point guard who's a lockdown defender, can dominate a game without having to score a bunch of points, and affects the game in so many other aspects. To me, the difference between the two and why Ben gets more criticism is because he was the number 1 overall pick. That's from Alex in North Cape May. Yeah, there's a lot to the stature of Ben Simmons. He was the number 1 pick. You know, you tanked basically to get him. He's supposed to change the entire franchise, which, by the way, he has. You just think that scoring is the only thing that changes the franchise. Not the case. Bradley Beal scores a lot. He's the second best scorer in the league. His team stinks. He scores 30 points a game. His team stinks. Scoring is what gets the headlines. It's what the common fan gravitates towards. So I get it. If you don't watch basketball every night, if you're not a huge NBA fan, you just like get into the Sixers because the playoffs are here. I get that you want, I watch the Sixers. I want this guy to score more. That's not who Ben Simmons is ever going to be. And yeah, there was a time when I was the guy who was frustrated and because he can score more. But you have to understand is that the Sixers don't want him to score more. They don't need him to score more. They want him to be high energy on defense, and they want him to set up the other guys to score. Greg and LBI. Mike, I always like your insight, and I think you're spot on with the Sixers. Don't always agree with you, but it's not about that. Love your show. Well, thank you, Greg. Yeah, you don't have to always agree with me. I wouldn't expect you to always agree with me. But in this instance here, I would hope that you and everybody understand that this is the way that Doc Rivers, if you are a guy who hated Brett Brown but loved Doc Rivers, you thought everything was Brett Brown's fault, right? Everything was Brett Brown's fault. Well, right now, Doc Rivers is saying to Ben Simmons, I don't want you to score. I want you to facilitate. I want you to play defense. I want you to make the right basketball play. If scoring's there, take it. But I want you to drive the basket, kick out for 3, because we have guys that can bury that 3. Something you never had on this team really before. They did not have multiple guys shooting 40% from three-point range in the past. So Ben Simmons needed to score more because he couldn't rely on the kick-out 3. That's the difference. The roster is a better configured roster, which now allows Ben to be Ben. Before, Ben couldn't be Ben because the roster around him didn't allow him to do so. 609-403-0973. More text messages coming in. It wasn't how Ben played yesterday. It was the signs that he still wants no part of shooting in key situations. He was wide open with 4 minutes left and literally handed the ball to a player behind him. And people are wide open because of Embiid being triple teamed. Creates a lot of problems for offense when a player won't shoot down the stretch. Well, there's a lot to unpack in this one. He was wide open with 4 minutes left and handed the ball to a player behind him. A player who, in Simmons' mind, is probably a better shooter than he is. So that's probably a smart decision. If he's wide open and he hands the ball to a player behind him, that player would also be wide open. I would rather that guy shooting than Ben shooting. and people are wide open because Simmons being triple teamed. That's sometimes. That's not entirely all the time. Embiid, by the way, had a couple doubles that he passed out of, and guys were shooting wide open threes because, yes, Embiid gets doubled, and he passed his way out of it, which he did not do well in his past. He's much better at it now. But in the same vein, Ben Simmons will drive to the basket and then draws the second guy. The difference is, see, this is where people don't appreciate what Simmons does. There's a lot of guys that drive to the basket and then they get caught and they get cut off and they panic and they just kick the ball out immediately, which doesn't do much. It just kind of resets the offense. What Simmons does is he'll go to the basket, and when the lane shuts down on him, he doesn't panic. He stops, and that pisses people off because then he turns his back around and he's kind of looking. But what he's doing is waiting for the double to come his way. He's waiting for that defender to kind of make a decision. Am I going to stay out on this guy, or am I going to help out? Because Simmons is now 6'10", and he's typically matched up in the post now against a guy who's much smaller than him. So now you're in a spot where I got to help this guy out down in the post because he's too small. And then that guy commits to Simmons. And at that moment, as soon as he commits to Simmons, that's when Simmons finds the guy and gives him the wide open look. It's almost like a quarterback running the option. He just reads the defensive end. And when that end comes crashing down, he pitches to the running back. If the end goes towards the running back, the quarterback tucks the ball and goes up the field. If Simmons is going to go one-on-one in the post, he's going to do so against a much smaller guy. If the second guy is going to come crashing down on him, that's when he gets it into the corner or out on the wing, and that is why these guys get such open looks. I don't know why they double Ben. I'd let him shoot down in the post all day long if you ask me. I'm not coaching those teams. But Simmons' patience is what makes him special. It's like watching a great baseball game. It's slow. The pace isn't really for you, but it's a beautiful game. And Simmons is the same way. He's methodical. He's very patient. And guess what? It's not for everybody. It's like watching the San Antonio Spurs win those championships. And you'd say, well, they're not very exciting. You know what was exciting? Winning the championship. And that's what they did. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry was covering the Sixers for the Press of Atlantic City yesterday. We'll get his thoughts on the game. Simmons has to make his free throws. I'm not letting him off the hook there. That he needs to do. But McGarry will join me on the other side. We'll throw that around. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, download the free mobile app. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. I see your comments coming in on the chat. I see your text messages. I will get to them. I will read off them all today. We're going to get through them. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
To the right side, Greene. Shot in the air, 3-ball. Danny Greene delivers. 5 straight. Bottoms it out from 3. See, that Westbrook gamble cost them because Greene was wide open.
Greene was wide open. What else is new? Ben Simmons on the court. You're going to be wide open. Mike McGarry, press of Atlantic City, was there yesterday. Ben Simmons, 15 points, 15 rebounds, Mike, but it seems that most people want to look at the 6 points and 0 from 6 from the free throw line, which is very frustrating. By the way, he should not be let off the hook for the free throw shooting. He's got to be better there. But is that a signature game from Ben, or is that a lousy game from Ben?
Well, count me as somebody who is focused on the 0 for 6 from the foul line and okay, 15 rebounds and 15 assists. But to me, it was a typical game from Ben Simmons. And it's a type of game that if it comes deeper in the playoffs against, a better team is going to cost you. Let's not forget, he misses those 2 foul shots in the final 40 seconds there. I don't know what Russell Westbrook was doing along the sidelines, where he, steps out of bounds basically and commits a critical turnover there. But, Washington had a chance to, I think cut the lead to 2 at that point. So to me, it was a typical Ben Simmons game. And he is one of those players. It's great for the first 3.5 quarters, but the last 6 minutes of the game, it's a big time liability.
In the game, see, this is where it's like he scored 6 points, I think, yesterday. But Greene and Curry combined for 26 points and 6 3-pointers. Why is that?
Well, I mean, I'm not in the camp. Also, there are also people in the camp that every open 3 that the Sixers get is because of Ben Simmons. I'm not in that camp, basically. Maybe Joel Embiid and the attention he draws and defensive focus on where he is on the court has something to do with it too. I'm not saying that Ben Simmons isn't a talented player and doesn't occasionally or more than occasionally kick out to a shooter for an open 3-pointer. What I'm saying is 3 for 9 from the floor and 0 for 6 from the foul line, and those 6 foul shots not even close. It's a close game, and he can't have the ball in his hands in the final 3 to 4 minutes. That's going to be a problem at some point down the road. It's been a problem in the past. It's going to be a problem going forward.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Do you believe Doc Rivers? Like, when he's kind of saying this guy's a treasure, he's special, you guys don't understand. I don't know why you keep talking about shooting. I'm so, or is that just him trying to protect Ben Simmons?
I think it's him just trying to protect his players. He doesn't want to say anything bad about his players. I just think it's him. I mean, what he called Ben a national treasure yesterday, right, or something like that. You look at that game yesterday, and I was there, okay, 15 rebounds, 15 assists. I didn't come out of that game saying, wow, how good was Ben Simmons today? I came out of the game saying, boy, Tobias Harris really saved them, especially in the first half. I came out saying, boy, they really had no answer for Embiid in that second half. I came out saying George Hill did a nice job off the bench. I came out saying Seth Curry hit some big threes in that that stretch of the third quarter there. And then maybe I said, oh, Ben Simmons had, 15 assists and 15 rebounds. So it wasn't while the game was going on. I wasn't like, oh, my God, this is a signature Ben Simmons performance, and the Sixers would be nowhere without.
But Mike, isn't that who the Sixers are? They are Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid, Harris and Greene making threes. That's who they are. Ben Simmons to the Sixers is almost, the problem is he's the number 1 pick and he's this high profile guy, but to them, that's who they want to be, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, and Doc is kind of, they've kind of committed to this way. We're going to play with Ben Simmons playing this sort of style. He's not going to shoot from the outside. He's going to be a poor foul shooter. What I'm saying is, okay, that's what you are. That's going to cost you. I mean, it's going to cost you in the playoffs. It's going to might cost you in the second round. It definitely is going to have an impact against either what we think will be the Brooklyn Nets or the Milwaukee Bucks. I mean, it's akin to, and I don't think Ben Simmons is as good as Shaq was, But it's like back in the days when Shaq would dominate the game for 45 minutes, and in the last 3 minutes you couldn't throw him the ball because he couldn't make a foul shot. I mean, Simmons is the same way basically, and yeah, that's who the Sixers are. That might not be good enough to win.
That's fair. I mean, but this is what their identity is. It's not, hey, we need Ben Simmons to score 20, 25. It's set these other guys up and let them be who they are. Because the big question, Mike, entering was, okay, I want to see Tobias Harris do this come playoff time. Well, he did that yesterday. And then, of course, on Twitter, I get, well, they're playing the Wizards. So first it was, let me see him do it in the playoffs. Now the playoff opponent isn't good enough. He's got to do it against someone else. Are we convinced that Tobias Harris can be a guy that they can count on?
Yeah, I mean, Tobias Harris, I think we all agree, had a very good season. It is true the Wizards he's a bad matchup for the Wizards. They don't have anybody to really guard him. His size against the smaller guards, he was able to overpower him. I think he had 15 field goals yesterday. He made 2 3-pointers, 13 baskets in the paint. But let's give him credit for doing what he was supposed to do. Tobias Harris is supposed to dominate the Wizards. He goes out there and dominates the Wizards. I'm not going to be some guy saying, oh, it was only the Wizards, show me against the next team. No, Tobias Harris should dominate the Wizards. He went out there and did it. Let's give Tobias Harris credit.
Right. Well, because this is, Mike, if they're going to make it to the finals and even win this thing, yesterday is their recipe. It's those two guys, Greene and Curry, making open threes. They got to hit the open looks. The Sixers rosters in the past, they could not make those open looks. That's where the Simmons frustration would come in. You're kicking it out to guys who are getting open looks, and they couldn't make them. They didn't have guys that could make 40%. Well, now you got two guys that hit 40%. You got Harris, who's much more decisive. And now you have Embiid playing at MVP level. To me, that's who they are, and that's their recipe, which means that's why, to me, I'm not as frustrated about Simmons' offense as I would be in their past. Now, the free throw shooting, absolutely got to do better. But as you saw late in the game, you're sending Embiid to the line, and he's making 90%.
Well, exactly. And Daryl Morey said in the beginning of the season that the recipe for success was to surround Embiid and Simmons with as much shooters as you can. They have done that. They raised the level. They've had a good season. The question is, and I don't think they have the right answer for it, are they going to be able to win an Eastern Conference final or an NBA title with Ben Simmons playing the way he plays in the fourth quarter of games? Imagine take Ben Simmons out of the equation, replace Ben Simmons with a James Harden or a Chris Paul, and then I think you've got a team that, is really capable of winning an NBA title.
It would be interesting, Mike, because Simmons yesterday, of course, nobody cares about defense, but he gave Beal a lot of problems. Beal was 1 for 6 with Simmons on him. He turned the ball over 3 times. I think his size made Beal get rid of the ball a lot yesterday, and then he switches over to Westbrook. So does James Harden or somebody else keep those guys in check for as long as he does? That's the big unknown.
Yeah, I mean, and what you said about the defense, too, Beal still somehow got to, 30 points yesterday? So it's not like they completely shut him down. But again, you don't want to keep coming back to it. And you're right. The Sixers kind of are what they are. Ben Simmons is not going to become an 80% foul shooter between now and Wednesday night, or now and 2 weeks from now, or now in the Eastern Conference Finals. This is what they are. They're a very good team. They're one of 7-8 teams in the NBA capable of winning a championship, probably one of 3 teams in the East capable of getting to the final. They're the number 1 seed. I don't want to nitpick them, but I think, hey, this Simmons thing is going to catch up with them. And I think, for people like me that are kind of not in the Simmons camp, yesterday's game is one we point to say, look, see, missed foul shots, 9 shots. That's what's going to cost you down the road, basically.
Well, yeah, you mentioned Shaq. Guess what? He won a lot of titles.
When he got players around him, when he got Kobe and a couple of guys around him who could, fill in for his weak spots. And they changed the rules a little bit more.
Maybe this guy Embiid is actually pretty good. Who knows? I guess we're about to find out.
I love Embiid, 30 points yesterday. Like I did a playoff preview. It was in Sunday's paper. Nobody in the NBA, when Embiid is playing at a high level on either the offense or defensive end, has an answer for Embiid. Basically.
Nobody. And they don't at all. This is a total mismatch. in the paint. Although you got some good quirky, it looked like old Kevin McHale moves from Lopez yesterday. Just up.
Yeah, that one hook late in the game on the shot clock violation. The one thing I will say about yesterday's game also proved out, and it just shows you how valuable Embiid is. I think the Wizards were up 1 at the half, right? That was with 28 from Tobias Harris in the first half. Sixers can't play without Embiid. I think that's shown yesterday.
I would ask you this, Mike. You were there. But Embiid only plays 10 minutes, but those fouls are half-ass calls.
Yeah, they were ticky-tacky fouls. I don't think the officiating was great, but he plays 10 minutes in the first half. And Harris goes for 28, really kind of saves their bacon. They're down 1 at the half. If Harris goes for 20 or 18, maybe they're down 10. Now they're climbing out of a hole in that third quarter. I think yesterday showed, and it's no surprise. It's like, okay, Sixers can't play without Embiid. Milwaukee can't play without Giannis. Lakers can't play without LeBron. It just shows you how important, Embiid is to the 76ers. They can't have him off the court for extended periods.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, on that note, having Harris step up without Embiid and Simmons is not a scorer, I thought that was a positive to say, okay, Embiid was out and the game didn't fall apart. Like that was what you wanted to see from Harris.
Oh, 110%. Like I wrote in today's paper, it's online. Great game by Tobias Harris. He did exactly what you wanted him to do. I mean, he's a bad matchup for the Washington Wizards. If they're going to play those 3 guards at 6'8", he's going to be able to overpower him, and he did exactly what he's supposed to do. And you know what I liked about it, Mike? Like I said before, he didn't settle. He didn't settle for easy jumpers. He got in the lane. He got to the rim. He did what he was supposed to do. 15 baskets, 13 of them in the paint. Just a great job by Tobias Harris and sort of beginning to rewrite his playoff legacy. I couldn't believe it was only 4 of his previous 17 Sixers playoff games. He had top 20 points, and yesterday he goes 28 in the first half.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. So you went to the Sixers game and then you scooted up to Trenton last night. And what an event that ended up being, that mainland Don Bosco baseball game. That was what an atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it today. Rare is the event in sports or in life, basically, that is, that meets expectations or exceeds expectations. Chase Petty, the mainland regional prospect, draft prospect, pitching against Don Bosco Prep, one of the best teams in the state. And, mainland rallying to win the game 3-2, and Petty with a remarkable performance, 13 strikeouts. And the other thing I thought about, Saturday night I was at the Phillies, and one of the stories to come out of that game was Spencer Howard, who's the Phillies' top prospect pitcher, right? He's throwing 96 miles an hour in the first inning. In the third and the fourth innings, his velocity dips to 90 miles an hour. Well, here's Chase Petty, an 18-year-old kid from mainland regional, on his last pitch last night in the 7th inning, the 103rd pitch of his game, 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the block. So just a remarkable performance by Chase Petty.
Yeah, I got about a minute, Mike, but that's the second time I've seen him in person. That was the first time in an atmosphere like that. He was really using all speed stuff a lot last night. I mean, for the first time where that fastball, even though it had velocity, he certainly trusted the all speed stuff more last night.
Yeah, I thought that shows you how good he is for an 18-year-old high school pitcher. He was mowing his way through one of the best lineups in the state of New Jersey, filled with Division I players and recruits, with his second best pitch. Like you said, I don't think he had great command of his fastball. His slider was incredible. I know we were kind of sitting behind home plate. To see the break on that slider from behind home plate was really incredible. And he's got 2 big league quality pitches. It mixes in a changeup there. We'll see what happens down the road, but just a tremendous performance last night.
Follow Mike at AC Press McGarry. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. His must-win column appears in the Press of Atlantic City. All right, Mike, thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Take care.
Yeah, game 2 Wednesday night, and We'll have it for you here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm sure Mike will be there covering it for the Press of Atlantic City. Mike does a great job. Always good conversation as well. At AC Press McGarry on Twitter. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Mike was pulling double duty yesterday. He went to the Sixers and then the high school game. Saturday night, he was watching the Phillies, as you just heard. Well, when we come back, can this Phillies team really compete? They're getting great starting pitching. We'll ask former Phillies pitcher Tommy Greene what he thinks about this crew when he joins the Sports Bash next, live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on 97.3ESPN.com. I'm your host, Mike Gill. What's going on, everybody? Phillies with a rough weekend against the Sox. They were able to pick one up yesterday. Zach Wheeler, what a season he's been having. I got to say, to me, Zach Wheeler has been the ace of this team. If I need a big win, that's the guy I want on the mound. A guy who knows a lot about pitching. And by the way, great, perfect timing for Tommy Greene. Not only did Tommy Greene throw a no-hitter, we told you on Friday that it was May 23rd, which was yesterday, 1991. So 30 years ago, that no-hitter happened. Tommy Greene, all these no-hitters going on in baseball. Good, bad, indifferent. A lot of baseball conversation right now with former Phillies pitcher Tommy Greene right now on the Boardwalk Honda hotline as he joins me here on a Sports Bash Monday. Tommy, what's going on, pal? How you been? I got you there. There we go. So first off, I know every time that that no-hitter comes up May 23rd, 1991, probably your phone starts going off. Hey, remember that? But can you believe it was 30 years ago?
It makes me feel real old to hear it put that way. Yeah, we're getting another year older, man. That's about all it is. It seems like it was a couple of weeks. Seems like it was a couple of years ago it happened, but it's amazing how time flies.
Yeah, 10 strikeouts in that game, 7 walks. When you see Tommy as a guy who did it, you threw a no-hitter in a Major League Baseball game. It's an amazing accomplishment. When you see as many of them that are happening in baseball right now, what kind of goes through your mind? Is that like, wow, that's a great accomplishment 6 times, or does it kind of lose its luster a little bit? You're a guy who threw one. You're in that fraternity. So when you see it happening so much, what are you thinking?
Well, I'll tell you, it kind of goes in cycles. I think there was a few thrown in 91. If I remember, it was 5 or 6 thrown then. It kind of, and there might go years where it doesn't happen that much at all. You might have one year, and it skips a couple of years. You have 4 or 5, and it's that type of things. But I credit a lot of it to the hard work. To the pitchers take care of themselves now. You got a lot of guys who throw. A lot more guys that throw hard, compared to like we used to back in the day. It's not that we didn't throw hard like they did. We just didn't have as many guys that threw hard like that. So guys take care of themselves so much more, physically in the off season and during the season. They got nutritionists and stuff like that. I didn't know what that was when I played. So it's one of those type of things, So that's kind of the way it goes. If you go through the batting order 3 or 4 times and you're not giving up a hit, that's a major accomplishment. I don't care, when you do it or how many people do it. It's an unbelievable feat for you to make quality pitches like that. And it's not just you doing it, but you got to. It's a team effort to make things happen like that. And sometimes they're making diving plays, and in my case, we didn't have any plays like that. So it was a sort of a ho hum type game, but it was a 1-0 game to the 9th, and we scored a run, and made it 2-0, and I was able to get it. See these guys, these days, they're throwing hard, and it's a great feat to see them do.
Yeah, I know that, the one big thing is, that, if I recall, that was an early game, right? That was like a day game. I think it was like a getaway day, and you had not really been starting all that much. I think you kind of got like, hey, you're going to start today. So mentally, like that has to be mentally fatiguing like at what point of that game does it start to enter your mind? Like all that kind of stuff kind of comes into play. But do you remember that day being like, my God, I got a no-hitter going on here?
Well, it was one of those games where I'll stretch out in spring training to be a starter, and Nick Glaber picked. He wanted a veteran starter to be in the 5-man rotation, and he chose Dave LaPointe over me. He was left-handed, didn't throw like I did, but he wanted a veteran guy in there. So, but I was stretched out there 100 pitches, and I was ready to go. So the first month of the season, basically shows you what a year we had. And I had more innings than all the starters did coming out of the pen, except for Terry Mulholland. So basically, I was starting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was coming in early in ball games and basically getting a lot of innings. So that type of thing. But Danny Cox got hurt, and after Fergosi took over, and he got hurt, pulled a groin or something. They knew he was going to miss about at least 3 starts, and Fergosi told me, you got the next 3 starts, so prepare yourself to do that.
Yeah.
And it happened to be the first start. That I threw it, and then
that's awesome.
People don't realize that I probably threw a better game the following 5th day. The next game I pitched back home in Philly, pitched against Montreal again and threw a 3-hit shutout and didn't walk nobody. So that's the game, that's sort of a validation game I'm real proud of too. So
yeah. Well, I know if people forget, you were with Atlanta and the Phillies traded for you, and they had Leo Mazzoni, who was a all-time great pitching coach, and he kind of helped you throw that no-hitter going back because he kept getting on you like, hey, man, when are you going to finish one of these things off?
That's exactly right. And you've heard probably the story before. I told that I had 3 in the minor leagues, and Leo was my pitching coach with the Braves, and I had 1 in A-ball, 1 AA, 1 in AAA, and I had 2 strikes, 2 outs on the last batter and lost all 3 of them. And that's what he said on one of the last ones. When you going to finish one of these bleeping things off, So that's who I thought about when I had two outs, and Tim Wallach stepped in the box, and I started stepping up on the back of the mound. I thought about Leo, said, "This one's for you, you little bleeping." And I went right at him. I said, "I'm not jacking around with him." I said, "I'm going right down the middle with him." And he hit that one hopper back to me. It was probably one of the hardest hit balls all day.
Oh man, Tommy Greene's with us. By the way, if you've ever been to Cooperstown, Tommy Greene's cap and the ball is in the museum that you can check out as a guy who threw one of the Major League Baseball no-hitters. I forget where we're at now because it started, I think it's 311 no-hitters that have been thrown, and Tommy Greene is one of just 311 guys who have thrown one in Major League Baseball history. We've seen 6 this year, so I thought it was really cool to get a guy who threw one, and also it happened to be 30 years ago yesterday, so this all kind of timed out perfectly. When I texted you, Tommy, I kind of got sidetracked. I said, I do this segment called Do You Remember? And it was the weekend edition, May 23rd, 1981. Do you remember Tommy Greene throw this no-hitter? I said, I'll text Tommy Greene, see if I can't get him to talk about it. And then all these no-hitters have happened since then. But what I want to kind of talk about is what we've seen from Zach Wheeler. Here's a guy who, throws so hard. But I got to tell you, if I need a game and I'm the Phillies, am I going Wheeler or am I going Nola? Which of those guys impresses you more?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, right now, Aaron is trying to find something right now, and you go through times where you scuffle. And right now, the consistent guy has been obviously Wheeler, day in and day. I mean, every time he seems to do the post, he's got the command, and with basically all his pitches, and he's executing. And when you start doing that, now he added in a little more wrinkle. I saw him add it in yesterday a little bit. He threw some curveballs, which was even better because he's hard all the time, with that hard breaking ball, hard fastball. So your command has to be really, really good. And that's the way it's been. You have to tip your caps and give him the kudos for it, man, because he's had a good so far in his first couple months of the season. He's been right there. He's been a solid guy.
Yeah, he has been a lot of fun to watch. And as you mentioned, Nola kind of finding his way. It seems that he'll give you that brilliant game, and then he kind of, struggles for a game. Then he'll give you 2 good ones. Like to see some more consistency there. But, Tommy, this is a team that pitches pretty well, but they strike out more times than any other team in the National League. And you wonder, can you be a winning team I know the game is so different, and it's almost like if you were pitching today, man, you'd be like, man, I'm getting 10 strikeouts a night against these clowns the way they're swinging the baseball bat. But can you be a winning team striking out that many times?
It's hard to fathom. I mean, I realized it that much where I do. I mean, to me, to win baseball on base, you have to make more contact, And there was one game in particular this past week where I don't think they hit a home run. They scored, I don't know how many runs, and they manufactured run, and that was such a good sight to see. They laid down the bunt. They hit some doubles, and they took the extra base. Real less than swinging. These days, you see the swinging up, and the analytics is get the launch angle and get the ball in the air and hope home runs and stuff like that. I mean, it was a good sight to see that. They need to make more contact. And when you make contact, good things can happen. Because if you're swinging and missing all the time, I mean, you're just giving outs to your opponent. And I mean, it's hard to win and stay consistently in ball games and win ball games like that. I think that's just my opinion.
I would imagine, Tommy. I mean, you were a guy who threw what? Where were you sitting fastball?
Well, it's hard to. We didn't keep it like they did today. I didn't even know they had a gun where they did things, but you never knew how hard you threw. So but they didn't show it on the board or anything like that. It was a different type of gun. It got it at the plate.
Right.
Too. We used what they call a ray gun. Now they use what they call a judge gun, by what I know, which gets it out of your hand. And I sat somewhere probably, I want to say, on the low gun, which it could be 3 to 5 mile hours different. I said anywhere from, probably 90, 92 to 95 on that low gun, which you're looking at 3 to 5 ditches. You're talking, mid to 95, 96, 97, somewhere like that. It could be. Because that's what I was told. I was coming out of high school throwing at 93 to 98 on that high gun. By
the way, I seen people that said that they were golfing with you and said that you look like you could still get up there and pitch. So if you're throwing 92, 94, I suggest you get up there and maybe give them an inning out of the bullpen.
I wish that was the case. If you saw me throw out the first pitch of that, I'd try to throw a knuckleball because everything hurts and I don't know where it's going.
By the way, Tommy Greene threw no-hitter number 226 in Major League Baseball history. And you're right, that year, Nolan Ryan, you threw a no-hitter in the same year as Nolan Ryan. How about that? Dennis Martinez, Wilson Alvarez, Brett Saberhagen, and then there was a couple of combined no-hitters that season. Yes. So there was a bunch. So your no-hitter out of 311 was number 226 all time. They can never take that away from you. Only 311 times that has happened. It's got to be an awesome feeling for Tommy Greene. But when you see this team this year, this Phillies team, does it look like a contender, or does it look like another year where they're just going to be kind of spinning wheels?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you look at the standings today in the NL East, and what are we, a game and a half back?
Yep.
Yeah, and after us played as inconsistent as we have played defensively, offensively, and sometimes pitching. We haven't been on a consistent run yet. So if they together right now, we're hurt, we're injured, and we got to have our health. You got guys we're missing in that order. That is a huge thing. And we have to figure out that the back end of that rotation too. So I mean, there's some things that still can happen for them to be a half game out right now, and they're really going back and forth between first and second. I think it's a blessing. I think they're a good spot to get things right when they get healthy, and they can maybe get on a run, because anybody, if they can do it, they got the talent there to do it. It's just consistency, right? Getting it going in the right direction and doing the little things to get it going. Yeah, so I mean, it's a possibility. They're going to have to work hard to get it there.
Well, one team that's giving them problems is the Marlins, and they'll face them coming up tonight. It's Phillies and Marlins. Tommy Greene, great conversation, great stuff, as we told you. All these no-hitters, and that just coincided with his happened 30 years ago yesterday. Tommy Greene threw the 226th no-hitter in Major League Baseball history. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, Tommy, it's good to catch up, man. And I got some other stuff for us coming down the ride. I'll be in touch.
All right, Mike. Appreciate it, brother.
All right, Tommy Greene, everybody. There you go. 1991. He beat the Montreal Expos 2-1, 2-0, I should say. And he had 10 strikeouts in that game with 7 walks. And I appreciate him coming on board to kind of relive that with us. The good Leo Mazzoni stories. Remember Leo Mazzoni? If you're my age group, you remember Leo. He used to rock back and forth on the bench. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He would rock on the bench. Tommy Greene, thanks a bunch. Appreciate him. And look for more stuff with Tommy and I coming up in the near future. We got some stuff cooking. We're going to do some more Philly stuff with Tommy Greene. All right, Sports Bash Live. Paul Hudrick inside the Sixers. What did he see from yesterday's game? Is that the blueprint for a deep Sixer run? Find out with Hudrick next.
8 ties. Harris on a drive. Gafford is there. And Tobias puts it up. Swiss turns and scores. 28 now for Tobias. Incredible.
Tom McGinnis on the call right there on 97.3 ESPN. He'll have the call Wednesday night, game 2, 7 o'clock. And you can only hear it on 97.3 ESPN. Well, game 1 is in the books. We had a lot of questions we wanted answered in the playoffs. And now it feels like, Paul, the goalposts keep moving. Some questions kind of got answered, and it's almost like, well, I need to see more now. So let's get into that and so much more from game 1. Take a little look ahead to game number 2. Paul Hudrick at Paul Hudrick on Twitter from 97.3ESPN.com. All right, so we wanted to see if Tobias Harris was going to be the same Tobias Harris in the playoffs. I think we got our answer, but some people now are saying, well, it's only Washington. I want to see him do it against Brooklyn now.
Well, that's how it's going to be, Mike. I mean, the goalposts are going to keep moving for these guys. And to a certain extent, I get it, because Tobias Harris was brilliant on Sunday. Like, there's no two ways to slice it. He was brilliant, but that Washington defense is not good. There's little resistance at the rim. Daniel Gafford's really the only guy that's a shot blocker that they have. And Tobias just had his way. Whether it was Hachimura, whether it was him getting switched on, the Washington's going to keep going to that small lineup when they're going to switch everything. So that's going to give Tobias opportunities to kind of bury some of those guys. And listen, I think Tobias is going to get those opportunities against a lot of other teams too, because, most teams are going to want to use their best defenders on Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons. So that's going to be some opportunities for Tobias Harris to feast. And also, I'm sure we're going to get into it, but give Ben Simmons credit for finding Tobias Harris and setting up a lot of those mismatches.
Oh, you mean Ben didn't have the worst game of his career yesterday?
Let me think. 15 assists, 15 rebounds. 15 assists, the second most in franchise history in a playoff game behind Allen Iverson and Mo Cheeks. And I think he's the only second Sixer ever to have 15 rebounds and 15 assists in a playoff game. Some other guy named Wilt Chamberlain was the only other Sixer to do that. So, yeah, I would say he wasn't bad yesterday, Mike.
Didn't score enough, Paul. Didn't score enough. I will say the 0 for 6 from the line, that we can get into.
Agreed.
But, kind of, you were there yesterday, right?
Yes.
You were there, right? So kind of give us I don't feel – it's hard to explain this when you're talking on the radio, but when you're there and you can see – I feel like the patience of Ben is the underappreciated part. Like, people see that he gives up the dribble and he stops or he does this, but that to me is the beauty of it. Sometimes it's the patience that he looks like the play is over and he's got himself caught, but he's almost baiting you like, come on, man. And I said, it's like a quarterback running the option. And as soon as that defensive end comes towards me, boom, I'm going to kick it out. But you just said, how many times did he set up Harris? How many of the 6 threes that Greene and Curry make are because of him? How many times did Joel Embiid get the ball in the spot that allows him to basically have his way? I feel like those are just unquantifiable when you're watching the game on television a lot.
100%. And the way you describe it, I think, to kind of add to it, is Ben Simmons understands a couple things. One, he's not meant to be the scorer of this basketball team, just flat out. That's not his role. His role is not to score. His role is to find the scorers and the shooters, because it's not his strength. His strength is not scoring the basketball. 2, he recognizes that 3 points are worth more than 2. So if he can drive to the basket, drag a defender into the paint with him, that's leaving somebody open on the perimeter for a 3, and he is smart enough and he has the vision to find those guys on the perimeter. And, to your point too, like, it's not like some of these assists aren't just like, oh, here you go. Here's an assist on for an easy jump shot. A lot of them are he creates by getting into the paint and then dishing out. 2 of those assists yesterday to me are plays that, how many guys in the league can even make them, let alone guys at 6'10" that are also elite defenders? That one pass to George Hill, that was like a slant pattern. George Hill actually did a great job catching it and going up. But to make that bullet of a pass in that window was unbelievable. There's another play where Tobias Harris cuts back door and he threads a bounce pass that's how many guys in the league would even attempt to make that pass, let alone can do it and execute it? So I do think there is a lack of appreciation sometimes for the things he does well. I understand what the frustrations are with the things he doesn't do so well. Like you said, the 0 for 6 from the line, that can't happen. You can't not make a free throw when you take 6 of them. You got to at least go 3 for 6. Like you had to shoot 50% from the line. Like you got to give him something there. So I understand the frustration there. I thought he missed a couple shots that he's actually hit for this season, like that little right-handed hook he's gone to a lot. He missed a couple of those, missed a couple bunnies that he kind of hits. So the scoring, it's just not what he's supposed to be doing. Like with this team, we talked about it all year, Mike, that formula that they have to win. And that formula does not include him scoring 20 points a game.
Right. It might have been you. Actually, I think it was Kai Carlin who asked him early about his defense. And he admitted that he was fatigued. They hadn't played for 10 days. And I think that got lost in the sauce yesterday. Here's a Washington team that played Thursday night. They played Tuesday night. They were out and running. They had played, a lot of games. The Sixers didn't play for 10 days, their starters. For them to they didn't really have that rusty look to them, but I think that factored in. And Ben even said, yeah, I did a good job, but I was fatigued a little bit more. I thought that was an interesting thing because you would imagine that that's going to change as these playoffs go on, especially in this series. And for Washington to not be able to take advantage of that, I feel like their chance to steal one might be out the window.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was the Wizards' best chance to get the Sixers, like you said, a week off, resting at home. They had been the Wizards played 2 playoff level intensity basketball games, including an emotional win in the last one to make sure they got into the playoffs. So they clearly were, kind of had more that edge to them in that way. But yeah, the fact that the Sixers kind of withstood that storm, I think says it's more of a credit to the Sixers than anything else. And yeah, every person that talked yesterday, Mike, highlighted the fact that they didn't play they didn't play at all for a week. Doc Rivers said he thought that was what contributed to them. They got out to a really cold shooting start. I think they were 1 for their first 11 from 3, and then the second half really turned that around. So, he contributed part of that to that. Like you said, Ben Simmons mentioned the defense. I think, too, look at Tobias. He scores 28 in the first half, only scores 9 in the second, played 38 minutes. He was out of gas. You could see it in his shots. He was coming up short on a lot of his shots in the second half that were good looks. They were just as good of the looks that he was getting in the first half, but he was leaving a lot of them short. And I think it's just fatigue from not playing an NBA game for over a week, let alone a playoff game. So, I do think that Washington probably missed an opportunity. That was probably their best chance to get one. And I think they're going to have a really tough time getting one for the Sixers for the next week or so.
Yeah, I know. I saw no reason why and by the way, Washington hit the 3 yesterday. They shot the 3 pretty well with Bertans. Had a good game. Beal. I know a lot of the stuff out there. Give Simmons credit. He did a good job on Beal. Beal still scored 30 points. But I think there's your difference is Beal and Westbrook. That's really all they got. I mean, Hachimura, nice player, maybe down the road, not ready right now. I feel like this series is what it is. But did we see the recipe for a Sixers deep run? Is that game yesterday their recipe?
It is, short of, you don't want Joel Embiid to get in foul trouble early in a game. But other than that, this is what we've kind of talked about all season is Joel Embiid is your guy. That's the focal point of the offense. He's going to get you, near 30 points a game, which to me, it was so funny. I was like looking at the box score. I'm like, he still finished with 30 points. Like, even though he was in foul trouble, barely played in the first half, he still finished with 30 because he was that good down the stretch. So you got that. You have Tobias adding that supplemental scoring. And you have Danny Green and Seth Curry making shots, and then Ben Simmons just filling in those gaps, playing elite defense, finding the open players, really getting them into their offense, finding those mismatches, pushing the pace when it's possible. And then I think what we saw yesterday too, to touch on the bench a little bit, is it's pretty clear George Hill is the guy off the bench. He is the guy that Doc Rivers is going to lean on. We didn't see that down the stretch of the regular season. That might have been on purpose because now we're clearly seeing that that's the guy rightfully that Doc Rivers is going to lean on. And that's why Daryl Morey made that trade. You saw a little bit of that and what he'll bring to the table on both ends of the floor. I thought he was quietly very good yesterday. But I do think that formula is there to win. Will it work against elite teams in a best-of-7 series? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, Paul, talk a little bit more about the rotation. He did play 11. He said, I'm going to play guys, and he did. But Only 10 from Milton. You got 7 from Maxey. Maxey got a fourth quarter run in a pretty important spot. And then the 18 minutes for Howard and Hill, and more 18 for Howard out of necessity because Embiid was in foul trouble. But any clues on the rotation from what we saw yesterday?
Some things. So I thought it was going to be 9, and I kind of think that's what Doc wanted to do. When you look at the way it all went down, as you mentioned, Dwight Howard comes in first because of Joel Embiid's foul trouble, but then it was Thibault, then it was George Hill, and then last was Shake Milton. Furkan Korkmaz doesn't come in till late in the second quarter. I think that was strictly because they were 1 of 11 from 3. I think if they had been hitting the 3 ball, I don't think you see Korkmaz at all. He comes in, he misses all 3, doesn't play a second in the second half. Then the only reason Maxey gets in is because Seth Curry takes a shot to the stomach and misses the last 2 minutes of the first half. And then because he added a little spark, he had that N1 basket. I think Doc was like, all right, let me see if I can get him in there and see if he can give us a jolt. So I think he's going to want to stick to 9 guys. But as we've talked about a lot, he's not afraid to play those 11 guys. He will play any of them. You touched on the minutes and the distribution, which I think is interesting and important. Clearly, like you said, Dwight Howard only plays 18 minutes because of Joel Embiid being in foul trouble.
Embiid only played 30 total minutes. He normally plays 38.
Absolutely. George Hill plays 18 because he plays 18. They're going to need him to play 18. You saw him as a late game defensive sub. That's going to be his role. What I'm curious to see about is Matisse Thybulle and I have a suspicion that this game might have been an outlier with Matisse Thybulle. It's because I think Dwight Howard had to play so much. And that combination of Ben Simmons, Matisse Thybulle, and Dwight Howard is it's abysmal offensively. It just doesn't work. So I think part of the reason Thybulle didn't play as much as maybe we would have thought, I think he was around 15 minutes. I think it's because of that. So I do believe that we will see more. I don't know this, but I'm just guessing that we will see more of Matisse Thybulle going forward. And I think George Hill and Matisse Thybulle will be the 2 main guys. And Dwight's just going to play the minutes that Embiid doesn't, basically. And then after that, I think, mostly Shake Milton, but you're going to see a mixture of guys, whoever Doc thinks can help them win that night.
Check out Paul's observations from the Game 1 win over at 97.3 ESPN.com, where he goes very much in depth on the playoff rotation. And also, the one issue, with the transition D, it was a little bit of an issue. They kind of tweaked it, and I would think that gets better as this goes on based on the fatigue and not playing. And I think, as you kind of said, it kind of got better as the game went on. But it was a little bit of an issue early, and it kept Washington in that game. It gave them a halftime lead.
No, 100%. And what I put the observations to is in the first half, I thought Ish Smith was actually the Wizards' best player. And partially because of that, because he really pushed the pace. He got out and he ran, and the Sixers were not ready for it. I think Joel Embiid getting in foul trouble hurt them in that regard, because I think, I thought their defense as a whole when he left the game just wasn't very good. Transition defense being the most notable thing. But I thought even in the half court, they weren't particularly great once Joel Embiid left the game. I thought they got way too much easy stuff at the rim. I do think not playing for a week, definitely a factor. And it's all a factor. It's the Sixers not playing for a week. It's the fact that that's what the Wizards do. That's their strength. That's what if they're going to beat you, that's how they're going to beat you. They're going to get out and run. And then 3, it's just flat out not being a strength of the Sixers in general. But in the second half, they were much better. I thought they were much better, especially in the fourth quarter. I thought their defense in the fourth quarter is what won them the game, really. I thought they came up with a lot of big stops. Beal went off in the third quarter, but Ben and Joel really slowed him down in the fourth, did a really good job on the pick and roll and on his drives of really kind of corralling him and not letting him get to the basket and even really making sure he couldn't find outlets. They did an excellent job. So I think it bodes really well for the Sixers in this series, and I think they should have no issue. They really should take care of business in this series. They are clearly the better team all the way around.
And they clearly have no answer for Joel Embiid. Even in 30 minutes, they had no answer. By the way, Embiid scored 90 points in 92 minutes against them in the regular season. He now has 120 points in 120. It's unbelievable. 122 minutes. He just absolutely has dominated them. Good to see him late, too. Hit a couple of big baskets. Who's going to get the ball late? There's Joel Embiid. There's Tobias Harris. And obviously Ben Simmons with the big day with the 15 assists. So game 2 Wednesday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. So you get a couple extra days off. You get today and tomorrow. So they'll have to wait till Wednesday. Paul Hudrick will be back then to preview that game. For more on the Sixers, check out @PaulHudrick and go to 97.3ESPN.com. All right, Paul. We will talk to you Wednesday, man.
Sounds good, Mike. Take care, man.
And he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Great stuff from Paul. And check out all of his Sixers coverage on the post-game observations over at 97.3ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Now, man, there were so many stories that happened this week. We talked Sixers. We talked the little Phillies with Tommy Greene, all the no-hitters and stuff. Mosher's coming up to talk some Eagles in 14 minutes. But when we come back, how about Phil Mickelson? What does it mean for golf? Is that a good thing or a bad thing that a 50-year-old wins your second biggest tournament? We'll ask Cam Rogers from the Believe Podcast Network, who hosts the Believe in the Tiger Woods podcast. Coming up next.
It's possible, Gene, that this is the last term I ever win. It's possible. It's also possible that I had a bit of a breakthrough in some of the things that I'm working on being able to stay more focused and more present. Might send me on a little run for a couple of years. I don't know. But either way, I'm going to cherish this week and this moment.
All right, that was Phil Mickelson. It's possible it could be the last time he ever wins. Possible he can go on a little run. Cam Rogers, national golf contributor, host of the Tiger Woods pod on the Believe Podcast Network, at Mr. Rogers99 on Twitter. I think there's a fascinating story in Cam, and he's not the guy that you picked to win. He was a long shot to win this thing, obviously. But I guess the main story would be, it's a great story, but is it a good one for golf that a 50-year-old guy who hasn't been relevant for a couple of years walks into the PGA and wins this tournament? Is this good?
Hey, Mike, great to be with you, sir. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting sort of storyline to track here throughout the summer. Has this been a breakthrough for Phil Mickelson, and can he sustain this success? I think it's a great thing just from the top because we have no Tiger Woods, the ultimate content guy for the PGA Tour, who can pick up that slack. And I've talked about this before. It's a patchwork approach with the likes of Rory and Spieth. But when you factor in Phil Mickelson now, who is in theory 1B to Tiger Woods in terms of this generation, then you have some real energy around the game right now. So I think it is a good thing. The oldest major champion in PGA Tour history just tamed the beast. That was the Ocean Course, the longest course in major championship history. A 50-year-old can get it done. That opens up a whole lot of possibilities for this summer.
Yeah, there's the good side of it. And I guess it's like, hey, you got all these young, talented guys. That's golf, though. I mean, but I think the mindset is, hey, a 51-year-old guy just won your big thing. Or what about all these young guys? They can't push these older guys out yet. But I think that's the sport, right? It's everybody's. And Phil kind of mentioned that as, hey, so what was it about Phil that was different in the PGA this year from maybe the last couple of years where he has struggled a bit?
Not even a bit, Mike. I will just say it's been pretty putrid on the PGA Tour for the last couple of years. I mean, you just look at this calendar year. Going into the PGA Championship, Phil had 0 top 20 finishes on the PGA Tour. His last top 10 in a major was 2016. I was going into my senior year in college when he finished inside the top 5 at the Open Championship, going up against Henrik Stenson at Royal Troon. So there was 0 recent form, 0 real anything in terms of major championship performances within the last couple of years. And he entered the week ranked 176 in terms of strokes gained tee to green going into this PGA Championship. And he led the field tee to green this past week. So I think it sort of demonstrates just how impossible sometimes it is to handicap golf, number one. Number two, just how volatile the game can be. And then number three, how it can span so many ages. We're talking about Colin Morikawa, who entered last week as the defending champion, having won the PGA Championship in his second major championship start. And then you have Phil Mickelson, 116 major championship starts. And on that 116th start, wins the PGA Championship just last night. So it really is interesting to see the span of ages in the game of golf. You don't get that really in any other sport.
Mickelson, by the way, 200-1 odds to win this at the beginning. I know a lot of prop swappers had a nice weekend with Phil Mickelson. Just the appearance of Phil, though. He looked like a different guy, right? I mean, to you, did it look different?
Well, he had some moxie. He had some swag. Phil was sort of in a rough spot for the last couple of years in terms of tinkering around and figuring things out with his game. And clearly he had some sort of breakthrough this week. We had not seen this sort of iron play from him in quite some time. You have to wonder if that is sustainable, if it's just a flash in the pan. Sounds like Phil doesn't even know. So we'll have to track that as we go forward. Obviously, his odds are better now at the U.S. Open, and he is guaranteed 5 cracks at the U.S. Open and the career Grand Slam. Because of this victory, he's exempt for the next 5 years, perhaps even more, depending on what he does in the next couple of years. But he'll have a shot next month at Torrey Pines. He's a California guy to capture the career Grand Slam. But obviously, in theory, tee to green game is pretty sticky. If you find it, it typically lasts pretty long, unlike something like putting, which is more volatile. So he plays this week, as of now. We'll see if he drops out at Colonial, and it'll be an interesting study if he continues up with this ball striking here.
By the way, he is the second oldest player to ever win a golf major. So Phil Mickelson obviously defying a lot there. What were some of the other storylines? Cam Rogers is with us here looking back at what was a great weekend. I mean, to have Phil in it this whole, he was basically the story of the weekend, but it was fun. Cam Rogers is the national golf contributor, host of the Tiger Woods pod on the Believe Podcast Network. So what were some of the other storylines that came and emerged from this that will jump into the U.S. Open?
Yeah, looking back at that 2012 PGA Championship leaderboard, right, we learned that there was a lot of interesting names there, names we really didn't know all too well. David Lynn, for example, and I mentioned the grinders, the older guard, if you will. We sort of had that mixed bag again here at the Ocean Course in 2021. Louis, I talked about him last week, the ultimate grinder. He played well T2. Brooks Koepka showed up again, and he is defying his injury right now. Obviously, he is not 100%, but still finishing tied for second with Louis there at the PGA Championship. Ultra impressive. Padraig Harrington, who saw this coming? Finishing T4. Shane Lowry, T4. Harry Higgs tied for fourth as well, and a couple of elite ball strikers, Morikawa, Will Zalatoris. Those guys are inside the top 10. So again, another mixed bag here at the Ocean Course. In terms of U.S. Open storylines, Mike, how about some good news here for your guy, Ricky Fowler? T8 here. He's a grinder too, and he's starting to find his ball striking a little bit. Had a really nice weekend, 69-71. Can he carry that into the U.S. Open? Obviously, his number is going to get a little bit shorter now after that good performance at the PGA, but he is now a name to watch at Torrey Pines.
Yeah, Fowler, he got the exemption. He had to basically ask to get in there. He does. When we spoke on Thursday, he had a good morning, and he kept that up all the way through the weekend, finished 1 under and in 8th place. How about we talked a lot Thursday, Cam, about Rory, and what did you take away from his weekend?
Yeah, I wasn't really high on Rory going into this week. I thought the narratives perhaps could be too much pressure for him. Winner back in 2012 at the Ocean Course, recent winner at Wells Fargo, the betting favorite, finishes T49. That's not all too surprising for me. Look, again, it's a lesson to be learned in the game of golf. The top 10 favorites cannot finish inside the top 10 every single week. It's just not going to happen. Golf is such a interesting sport in that the margins are so small. All of these guys hit it straight, but then it becomes a relative game. Who can make the putts? Who can save on the par fours if they miss a green, et cetera, et cetera. So for Rory McIlroy, I think he will be fine. Again, he just won at the Wells Fargo Championship, which was a big boy course in its own right out there at Quail Hollow. And Torrey Pines is a big beast too. So I think he will be better suited at that course rather than per se the Ocean Course this go around because of the pressure and the narrative. But his game is totally fine, in my opinion.
By the way, Jon Rahm is the betting favorite for your U.S. Open. Why do you think he jumps out so early?
Yeah, T8 at the PGA Championship. Look, this guy dominates major championship courses. He dominates courses over 7,400 yards. This U.S. Open course is going to be a beast. Rahm has the mentality to compete at majors consistently and eventually win one. I like him as a betting favorite for that tournament as opposed to Rory McIlroy being the betting favorite for the PGA Championship. Rahm has the power. He's got the touch, and he can get hot with his putter. So we'll see what happens with him. And, it's interesting. The rough is going to be long, as we know, at the U.S. Open. Who can hack it out of that rough better than Jon Rahm? Probably only one person, and that's Bryson DeChambeau. So you need that strength to hack it out of that vegetation. Rahm and Bryson are two guys to watch there.
By the way, Torrey Pines, the last time was 2008, and that was, of course, the epic Tiger Woods Rocco Mediate playoff hole there, correct? Am I right about that?
Yeah, it was a Monday finish, 18 holes actually for a playoff. That is not the rule anymore at the U.S. Open. So if we do have a playoff, it will not be 18 holes. I believe it's like 3 holes aggregate score, something along those lines. But yeah, we won't have that sort of playoff like we saw with Rocco and Tiger back in 2008.
All right. So just a great weekend. It was such a busy weekend. But with Phil, I'm interested. Have the ratings come out for this yet? Because with Phil there, we're always kind of wondering, without Tiger, but having Phil at the top of the board almost all weekend long, have the ratings come out yet?
I haven't seen the news yet. Typically, we get them within the next couple of hours on these Mondays here. So stay tuned on that. It will be an interesting study to compare CBS's ratings of yesterday to the Masters this past April on that Sunday, too, which, obviously didn't have the numbers of Tiger Woods back in 2019, but they were better than the November Masters, which was not surprising because football and what have you was going on then. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting case study because again, Phil is 1B to Tiger Woods in terms of having fans. And, I think it's a gap, honestly, a pretty sizable one between Tiger and Phil, but still Phil's number 2 on that list. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, where it all shakes out.
By the way, a great call by Jim Nantz on the final Mickelson there yesterday as well, huh?
Yeah, of course, Jim Nantz is known for is it his time? Yes. And Phil, of course, winning at the Masters, his first major championship. And just recently, yesterday, Jim Nantz with another call there for Phil Mickelson. Let me note here, by the way, 115th in the world winning yesterday was Phil Mickelson. That is the lowest ranked player to win a major since Shawn McKeel did it back in 2003 at the PGA. He was 169th. So the ultimate long shot, despite being a brand name in the game, won it yesterday.
And that's why, Vegas took a little bit of a hit because he's 200 to 1. And people are saying, hey, Phil Mickelson, sure, I'll throw a couple bucks on Phil. And he ends up winning the thing. And by the way, he's the oldest to win a major. Phil Mickelson, 51 he'll be. And what great drama yesterday at the PGA. The U.S. Open just a couple of weeks away. We'll have Cam back for that. And he, like all guests today, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, Cam, good to see you, man.
Thank you, Mike. Take care, my friend.
Cam Rogers at Mr. Rogers 99. He's the national golf contributor, host of the Tiger Woods pod on the Believe Podcast Network. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk on the hotline. Good to have Cam because I thought, NBA playoffs going on, obviously. I was knee-deep in the NBA playoffs. The Sixers play at 1 o'clock. But, man, as Phil is doing this thing, I'm flipping back, and I'm like, man, Phil Mickelson is still here, and he defies the odds, 200 to 1. And basically, as you heard in my conversation with Luke Pergandy in our prop swap conversation, people were winning money left and right because they were buying Phil at 200 to 1. And then other sports books, he was 300 to 1 in some sports book. People were buying those odds and flipping them early on in that tournament because Phil was at the top. And there's so many Mickelson fans out there that people were like, hey, Phil Mickelson, 200 to 1. I'll buy that ticket. I'll buy that ticket. He had 1% of the pre-tournament bets and 1% of the total money wagered at the William Hill's odds to win the PGA Championship. So it kind of showed you, it's so interesting. He closed at 200 to 1, and some people, as I said, 300 to 1. People were betting on him left and right as this thing went on. Now, DraftKings reported taking a $1,000 bet on Mickelson to win the tournament at 300 to 1. The bet was placed here in New Jersey just hours before. At the Meadowlands on FanDuel in Jersey, a better placed $12,500 on Mickelson at plus 300. And also at FanDuel, a better hit a $60 two-leg parlay that included LeBron James getting a double-double in the Lakers playoff game and Mickelson winning the PGA. The $60 parlay won $41,138. Man, I wish I got in on those odds. All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, do the Eagles have interest in a veteran wide receiver with a big name? I got the details with Geoff Mosher on the other side. All right, time for football at 4. It is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. All right, Geoff Mosher's here. We got plenty of stuff to dive into as the Eagles continuing their voluntary mini camps. How many of the guys, Moshe, have shown up? What was this little agreement that the team kind of came up with here to get these guys out here?
Yeah, so apparently it was Nick Sirianni who made the first overture to the team and to try to get as many people. And I haven't heard of anyone not being there. That doesn't mean that's the case. I just haven't heard. But what he did was kind of negotiated what we would say is a kind of I will give a little bit, you give a little bit, a compromise. There is going to be no mandatory mini camp. And in return for the giving up of the mandatory mini camp, the players agreed that they would show up for phase 2, which started last week, and they would work with the coaches in the classroom. I don't know. I think they're getting on the field, but I don't think they're doing, 7-on-7s or 11-on-11s, but they are doing individual instructional drills and things like that.
All right. So there's a sizable amount of veterans out there. We know that Lane Johnson's there. Brandon Brooks was out on the field. That was good to see. It looks like, I know Lane Johnson has been cleared for training camp, correct?
That I don't for training camp. I don't know. I don't think that will happen until we get closer as far as a full official medical clearance for that. If he's out there right now working with things, it's because he was medically cleared to do with what little stuff they're doing at the moment.
All right. So let's get into a couple of things here. There was a lot of stuff that the coordinator said over the weekend that I thought stood out. So I want to start. One thing was offensive coordinator Shane Steichen, who was asked about, when he watches this team, what he sees. And he went to what a lot of people, I think this is kind of up in the air because it depends on what you think.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I watch this offensive line, and I see one of the best offensive lines in football. And some people will say, well, what year tape are you watching? And I said, well, he's probably watching the ones with Lane Johnson, Brandon Brooks, Kelsey, and Sayamalo, because those guys are going to be hopefully back on his line. So is he wrong when he says we might have one of the best lines in football?
No, and it's funny because I had the same kind of joke with someone on Twitter because I tweeted his comment saying that I believe his specific comment was even when he's watching tape on skill position players, his eyes couldn't help but gravitate toward the offensive line and how good they were. And someone responded to that. What is he talking about? Did he not, see last year? And I think my response to him was, you are permitted as a coach to watch tape from more than just the year before. So obviously, if he wanted to get really good tape and know what he's working with Lane Johnson and Brandon Brooks, as you mentioned, and other guys, then he can dig in the crates a little bit and bring it up.
Yeah, and we keep kind of like talking about this here, which is if they could stay healthy, they've got one of the better offensive lines in football, and you wonder if just the offensive line is a major upgrade. What does that mean for this offense?
It's a great question. I mean, I always go by the theory that if you're strong in the offensive line and strong in the defensive line, you're going to be competitive. It doesn't mean you're going to win every single game. It doesn't mean you're going to be the best team in the NFL, but that is how good teams are built. It would definitely help Jalen Hurts and his development to have a healthy and strong offensive line in front of him. Good running game. You saw with the Colts, that's helped them kind of go through a couple of different quarterbacks. Now, granted, Luck and Phillip Rivers were veterans, but even Jacoby Brissett had a decent enough year when he had to start there because they had good offensive line, good defensive line. And so it'll help get an idea. We talk about judging Jalen Hurts in this year, right? And I've kind of brought it up that it's not exactly fair a lot of times. Sometimes it's obvious, like Justin Herbert last year. Sometimes it's not obvious. How would you evaluate Tua after 1 year last year? You saw some good things, you saw some bad things. But imagine if you had to make a decision right now on Tua being your guy. The Dolphins don't have to make that decision. They're going to obviously give him more time. But when we talk about the Eagles, we only seem to talk about Jalen Hurts as in this is your 1 year trial. What if he gets hurt for 5 or 6 games? So the bottom line is, the point is, it's going to be hard to judge anyone just on 1 year. So if you're only giving him 1 year, you got to at least surround him with legit offensive line, legit talent, and give the team the best chance it has to succeed.
Yeah, by the way, Shane Steichen said, these guys up front, I'll tell you what, now when I got here and started watching tape of these guys, and I was watching the skill guys at times, but my eyes would go to the offensive line. He continued by saying, this is a good group. This is one of the best in the NFL, no doubt about it. Now, obviously, he's the coach of the team, the offensive coordinator. He's not going to say, hey, we got a horrible offensive line, but he's obviously saying that's what's there. So skill position players, let's get to that a little bit, because he did talk about Devonta Smith. He did talk about Reagor, and he did point those two guys and talk about that. So he said, when talking about Reagor, which I thought was interesting, was, how explosive he was, because I didn't see that on tape a lot last year. So whatever tape he saw of Reagor, I'd like to see.
Well, I mean, you have the 71-yard touchdown punt return. You have the 55-yard catch in the opener against Washington. There was another play, I think, against Dallas or somebody else. There were not an abundance of explosive plays, but there's not an abundance of snaps. He missed about 8 weeks of the season, and then he even missed a lot of training camp time when he hurt himself making the tackle. Plus, the offense was completely dysfunctional. So, yeah, I think that's what Shane was getting at, is that he's at least seen evidence on tape of when the ball is in this guy's hands, he makes things happen. It just didn't get in his hands very much last year.
That's true. So with that, you've got those two guys. You got a first-year player. You got a second-year player. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, if he even makes the team in his third year, he's the senior member with Greg Ward. So do the Eagles need a veteran wide receiver on this roster?
Well, certainly they're in a very unique situation, right? I mean, this has to be, I didn't do the math, I haven't looked, but you'd have a problem. I'm going to guess that this is the youngest wide receiver core on average age in the NFL. You just mentioned their oldest receiver is Greg Ward. Now, technically, he's going into his 5th year, but 2 of those years were practice squad years. It's not, he got called up in 2019. So if he's on the team this year, it's really just his 2nd full year and 3rd year of playing NFL football. And that makes him an elder statesman, along with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. And that's a big issue with this group, Mike, because while there's youth and talent, there's guys who really need to grow up, mature, and learn the lifestyle of an NFL player who devotes every minute of the time that you're at the NovaCare to being in the books and being diligent in practice. And when you had a bunch of first and second year guys last year, I know that was not the case, and that needs to be the case. Everybody, I'm not saying these guys are bad guys, but some of them came with reputations of needing to mature a little bit, like Watkins and Hightower. And they weren't really around anyone last year who was going to take them under their wing. Deshaun Jackson's never been that guy, and he was hurt for most of the year anyway. And the same thing with Alshon Jeffrey being out for most of the year. And then him coming back, in a sense, had the opposite effect on Travis Fulgham, who also, came here after stints with 2 teams. And as Adam Kaplan's reported a little bit, they felt he needed to kind of understand the NFL life a little better than he had. So that's why when you talk about, does this team need a veteran wide receiver? Does it need somebody to take him under the wing? I don't know that they need it, Mike. I just think that they need to grow up as a unit. I think Devonta Smith will help, because he is one guy that the book on him is not like the others. He's professional. He's Alabama University of Alabama through and through, meaning he acts that way, like a Nick Saban coached athlete. He's going to be dedicated to his craft, and they need to follow that kind of lead. But if there was a guy out there, which there are some names out there, I think there are some guys I would take a flyer on.
All right, let's get to that in a minute, because obviously today, Julio Jones making some news where he essentially, I don't even know if he knew he was on live television, saying that I'm out of here, which had everybody up in a firestorm. But he apparently doesn't want to play for Dallas. That kind of was part of it as well. But this is interesting, Geoff, because the Eagles have been tied to every big player in their past, because Howie Roseman, the trades, he always makes the call. So would they have any interest if Julio Jones was available, which appears that he is?
I mean, I would sure they'd have interest. The question is, how would they be able to afford him? He's not going to take a pay cut. I believe his cap number, or what he's owed this year, is around $15 million. We know the Eagles don't have that in cap space right now. Now, that doesn't mean he couldn't agree to a restructure and have that pushed down the road a little bit, but this is a guy who's been hurt a whole lot the last few years, getting older. How much you've already done this with Brandon Brooks. You've already done this with actually they didn't do it with Brandon Brooks, but they have done this with Darius Slay and Brandon Graham and several other players on the roster this offseason by giving them more money and kicking it down the road. And you're already worried what's going to happen if 3 or 4 of these guys get hurt or have steep decline. So, I would also wonder what would a trade for Julio Jones look like? What would you have to give up? I mean, it would help if they would take Zach Ertz, but would they take Zach Ertz knowing they just drafted Kyle Pitts and they already have Hayden Hurst?
Geoff, real quick, the team that gets Julio Jones, 3 years and $38 million, and he just turned 32 years old.
I don't know. Does that's the contract, but usually because the guaranteed money part will drain to Atlanta, it can become a 1-year deal. Yeah.
$15 million guaranteed this year, $2 million guaranteed 2022, and then I think he's clear in 2023.
Right. So you could really just inherit the 1 year $15 million and have $2 million in dead cap next year, which is not a lot of money for the Eagles, who give dead cap money away like it's going out of style. But or you could just restructure it and say we're going to pay you $17 million, and we'll just, for bookkeeping purposes, divide it over, 4 or 5 years. Either way, there's flexibility there. It's just that they would have to clear space, and they still have to pay their rookies. So, like I said, it would help if they took Zach Ertz in a deal. I just don't know if they would want Ertz when they already have Kyle Pitts and Hayden Hurst, who had a pretty decent year for them. Would they want a young receiver? Because now if you're bringing in Julio Jones, he's going to be your ex-receiver. You're going to have Devontae Smith and Jalen Reagor. What does that mean for guys like Watkins and Hightower and Fulgham? Was one of those guys going to trade? These are all hypotheticals, Mike. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how you make the money work. Well, it almost becomes like an NBA trade, right? Where you like the idea of it, but how do you make the money work?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. And by the way, up on the screen, if you're watching, there's the financials for Julio Jones. 3 years, $38 million. He turned 32. He's been injured. He's been kind of breaking down a little bit here. So that one, I don't know. As much as we always love the big name guy, and the Eagles could use a veteran, I think a veteran wide receiver would be interesting. How about this? Are there some veteran wide receiver options that are attractive to you if you're not making some kind of, this is a trade the Eagles would make, in a former time. I don't know if this is the time for them, but are there other veteran receivers out there that make sense?
The problem is all the veteran receivers that are out there right now, Mike, are basically slot wide receivers. Like a Golden Tate's out there. Now, I have no reservations about Golden Tate going somewhere and probably being able to still catch you 45 to 50 balls, 400, 500 yards. I mean, I watched him play last year with the Giants, and he may not be he had a good game against the Eagles that second time around. I still think he can be a productive slot receiver, but the Eagles do not need a slot receiver. What they need is an X receiver. They need someone built like Fulgham, 6'1", 6'2", 200 pounds, just in case Fulgham winds up not being your full-time X because he just doesn't rekindle what he had. And Devontae Smith is going to move around. He can play the X, but I still think you want the bigger body contested catch guy. The name that really, struck me that was out there, and it's more on, I guess, pedigree than resume, is Josh Doxson, the former first-round pick of Washington. Hasn't really played well. What's that?
That's definitely on pedigree.
Exactly. But that's the kind of guy you take a flyer on. I mean, he's going to sign a 1-year deal. There's going to be almost no guaranteed money. I think he's 6'1", 6'2". I mean, he's got good size. He's a first-round pick, and you hope that in your system the light turns on. There have been some guys who just, Brashad Perriman's a good example of a guy who had a couple of bad first 2 through 3 years, and then the light came on a little bit. It's not like he's great, but he's still serviceable at this point. Josh Doxson still has to prove to somebody he's serviceable. Now, he's with the Jets last year. Just like being with the Eagles last year. I don't know how much you could have shown as a wide receiver with the Jets last year with all their offensive dysfunction. So, again, maybe he's a guy that I'm not bringing Josh Doxson in because I want a leader for my wide receiver group. I'm bringing Doxson in because he kind of fits a profile of a receiver I need, and it's low risk, high reward. If he stinks, he's just cut. No big deal.
Football 4, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. So when you look at the wide receiver room right now, How does this current group kind of stack up? I'm intrigued by, because I think I might have talked about this with you on Wednesday about, like, I wrote the 53-man roster. I know it's very early, and I have JJ Arcega-Whiteside making that, and people like going crazy, like, they're done with him. But how does this current depth chart kind of stack up for you?
The way I see it right now, Mike, is that 3 guys are definite to have jobs, barring something crazy. Those 3 guys are Devontae Smith, Jalen Reagor, and Travis Fulgham. And Greg Ward, I'd say 90% sure he's going to be on the team. All right, so that's 4 guys. They're going to keep 5 or 6. So now for 2 spots, you got a lot of different guys fighting it out. You got Quez Watkins, you have John Hightower, you have your guy JJ Arcega-Whiteside.
My guy.
You got well, he's your guy now. Well, you know how it is in the media, right? when you make a bold statement like that, he's your guy. So those 3, you got Trevon Grimes, you got the Osmond kid. I'm trying to think if I missed any. I think that's pretty much your guys who are fighting for 1 or 2 spots. And to me, that makes pretty interesting competition, and it shows you that while we saw some flashes last year from Hightower and Watkins, doesn't mean they're guaranteed a spot on the team. They're going to have to fight it out. Like I said, they're going to have to mature. They're going to have to show they are better route runners now than that they catch the ball. We saw Hightower last year get open quite a bit and not catch the ball. So that's a good way to not earn the trust of your quarterback when you can get open and you just drop the ball. So that's what camp is going to be all about, and it's going to be a really interesting competition there.
Yeah, that's one that I'm looking forward to. You mentioned Watkins, Hightower, Grimes, JJ Arcega-Whiteside. They're basically 4 guys there battling for probably 1 or 2 roster spots on this team. So, all right, I want to go real quick to Jonathan Gannon, the new defensive coordinator. We focused a lot on the offense, but did you get any clues from Gannon? And I read a lot over the weekend about how impressed people left with his press conference, and just that, hey, this is a guy that it felt like, hey, this is a guy that's smart. This is a guy that is going to be a future head coach. But did you get any clues of what they might look like schematically?
Well, we talk about the offense, and it's definitely going to be excuse me a second. Sorry about that. I hit my own cough button for you.
We all have that happen.
There you go. A version of the West Coast offense. Now, you're hearing all of the coordinators echo the sentiment of the head coach, which is, we don't have a scheme. We're just going to tailor our scheme to our talent, which I do believe is the case. They're going to run certain plays and do things that are conducive to the talent that they have, but they have a scheme. It is going to be a West Coast style of offense, which we're used to seeing around here. And defensively, you heard Jonathan Gannon kind of talk about his mentors, right? And he basically singled out Mike Zimmerman as a guy who he spent some time with in Minnesota.
Mike Zimmer.
I'm sorry, Mike Zimmer. Yeah. Today's Dylan's birthday, right? Bob Zimmerman's birthday. So I must have getting those confused. But anyway, Mike Zimmer. And then also he talked about Matt Eberflus, who's the defensive coordinator in Indianapolis. Now, what I took from what Gannon said was that X's and O's wise, he's going to do some things that Zimmer does. Of course, he doesn't have the same personnel. They've got Kendricks and Barr at linebacker. They can do a lot of different things that I don't know if the Eagles can do right now with Alex Singleton, and Ryan Kerrigan is more of he can be like Barr as a pass rusher, but not as a cover linebacker. And of course, we'll see with Eric Wilson. He's probably most fit to run that Zimmer style defense because he played in it. But Eberflus, he said, from him, I took the mentality, like, how do I want my defense to look on tape? He mentioned the HITS principle, which is hustle, intensity, takeaway, and smarts, I think is the S out of that. So to me, I don't know that he's going to run the pure cover 2, Tampa 2 style defense that Eberflus runs, but that Indianapolis defense is known for hitting you, getting quick to the ball. Guys like Darius Leonard, they fly to the ball. They're intense. They play. That's what they show up on tape. You watch Indianapolis defense on tape, you think that's a pretty good smash mouth lunch pail defense. So that mentality, I think he wants to bring that he got from Eberflus, and his X's and O's, and this may take a while. He may have to get more of his personnel style in, would look more like a Minnesota Vikings style defense.
That's hustle, intensity, takeaway, smart. That's the principle.
I like that.
It's like it reminds me of like Kurt Angle with his 3 eyes. Intensity. All right, never mind. Sports Bats Live, 97.3 ESPN.
He's a true American hero, Mike.
That's me, right? True American hero, Kurt Angle. Sports Bats Live, 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4. Eagles continuing. So much going on in the NFL. There's so much we're going to be talking about this team through the summer. And then, man, training camp will be here before we know it. And this season's in. Ryan Kerrigan today, and actually he did the interview with John Clark on his new Takeaway podcast. I thought he mentioned something. He's like, hey, people keep kind of not talking about us. They don't think we're good. He's like, I don't think those people understand what they're talking about. And he, too, referenced the offensive line about that whole line being like, you might not, that and the defensive line. So this is going to be interesting, but we'll keep our eye on that. Good conversation on these wideouts. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast, where they talk a lot more about the coordinators and all the stuff happening in the Eagles camp. He's Geoff Mosher at Geoff Mosher NFL, and like all guests appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. All right, Mosher, take care, man.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
All right, he'll be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, Andrew is in the house, and obviously this team continues on as the mandatories are out. These are the voluntary camps that basically Nick Sirianni kind of brokered a deal with the veterans to come do these, and that they would not basically ask them to do the mandatory stuff, as Geoff kind of chronicled. All right, Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Prop Swap, America's sports betting marketplace. If you're not prop swapping yet, you are missing out. You heard about Phil Mickelson and all those deals. You could have got a Phil Mickelson ticket before the tournament started at 200-1 and then sold that ticket on Sunday with 200-1 odds. You know how much money you might have banked on that? Holy moly. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and it's brought to you by Dorothy Gale Roofing. There's no place like home. And if you have a leak or need a new roof, call Dorothy Gale, 877-97-KEVIN, or online at DorothyGaleRoofing.com. When we come back, do you remember this day, May the 24th? What happened on this day, May 24th? Well, one involves the Phillies. Two involve the Flyers. That's next. This is the Sports Bash. All right, we'll get back into the Sixers in just a little bit here with their win. You guys keep commenting on the live stream, and your text messages continue to come in. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura dealers. For great deals on Acura's award-winning lineup, shop online at DelValAcuraDealers.com. All right, it's time for Do You Remember? These are things that all occurred on this day, May 24th, in sports history. A couple birthdays as well today. Josh is my producer. He's in with me to kind of look back and reflect on some of these great moments in sports. Are you ready, Seth?
Are you ready?
I am. All right. Do you remember 1935? Well, of course you don't. The Reds beat the Phillies 2-1 at Crosley Field. Why is this game on the Do You Remember list? Do you have any idea?
Why? I mean, I have no idea.
The Reds beat the Phillies 2-1 at Crosley Field. It was the first night game in Major League Baseball history, and playing under the lights quickly caught on, and the terms day game and night game were coined. Phillies played in the first ever night game against Reds. You know, the Phillies also played in the first night game at Wrigley Field. It started raining out.
I remember the Wrigley, but I didn't know about this. What's the name of the field?
Crosley Field in Cincinnati.
I feel like Crosley Field is just not around anymore.
The Natty.
Yeah, the Natty.
Which I never knew about.
Apparently, people in Ohio call it the Natty, and I don't know why.
That happened on this day in 1935. First night game. By the way, speaking of the Phillies, no Bryce Harper in the lineup tonight. Did you check out the lineup?
I saw it earlier, yeah. It's apparently they're giving Bryce another day to rest.
Second day off in a row. They're saying it has nothing to do with the shoulder, but you're getting McCutchen, Herrera in the 2-hole.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know how I feel about that. Segura hitting third, Hoskins 4, Bohm. At least it's not Hoskins in the 2-hole. Bohm 5, Miller in right, Knapp's catching, Torreyes is short. But Odubel Herrera didn't make the team out of spring training, but now all of a sudden he's hitting in the 2-hole, which is reserved for typically your best hitter.
Yeah, well, now in today's baseball, who knows who the best hitter is halftime? Because look at the Yankees. Halftime, they have DJ LeMahieu in the leadoff spot. He should be probably like the 2 or 5 hitter.
Well, it took him 2 years to figure out that Bohm shouldn't be hitting 2. That's all I know.
Well, apparently it took him half the year to figure out that Hoskins shouldn't be in there either.
I mean, Hoskins, that's who I meant.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Not Bohm. Who's struggling, by the way, defensively really bad. They might have to do something. And we talked about it on Friday with Bob Wankel. The Phillies might be at a crossroads of the organization, but they have to pick between Hoskins and Bohm. And it's not like you're picking between two superstars here, but they can't be on the same roster together. I
told Billy on Saturday's locker room, I think they should just trade Hoskins to an American League team and get over with.
I would trade Hoskins this second. If he didn't play tonight, you told me he got traded. I have no ties to him and wouldn't feel bad one iota. I just don't think Hoskins is a winning player. And I don't think he's all that good, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's nice and all he got is a 100 home run the other day. But, I mean, it's like, okay, a lot of guys get 100 home runs.
Not horrible. He's just an average guy. To hit him in the 2-hole was embarrassing. For any manager who thinks Rhys Hoskins is a 2-hole hitter, you're an embarrassment to the game.
Well,
and right now, Joe Girardi is not doing a good job. Now, he at least got him out of that spot. I'll give him credit.
He got him out, so now they got to get him out of town.
1980, do you remember the Islanders beat the Flyers 5-4 in overtime to win the Stanley Cup in 6 games? It's the first of 4 straight Stanley Cups for the Islanders. I feel like they keep coming up right around this day, this little 4-year streak for the Islanders. But they beat the Flyers. People forget, in 1980, 5-4 in overtime. That won them the Stanley Cup in 1980.
Yeah, back when there was no Eastern and Western Conference. It was the Prince Wales and all those divisions. And
yeah, think about that. The Islanders and Flyers playing for the Stanley Cup.
So weird.
1980.
I mean, how weird is it that the Toronto Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens are playing in the postseason for the first time ever this year?
Ever.
I mean, that's ridiculous. How does that even happen? Those are 2 of the oldest teams on the planet.
They're both Eastern Conference.
You thought they would have played at some point.
Yeah, I mean, for them to be in the East, both of them, and never played in a playoff series ever?
So strange.
1990 on this day. Do you remember? Stanley Cup final. Boston Gardens. Edmonton Oilers beat the Bruins 4-1 for a 4-1 series win. So it's the Oilers' 5th cup in 7 years. So what's more impressive? 5 cups in 7 years or 4 straight?
5 in 7 years.
Wow.
Because here's the problem.
I go 4 straight.
Here's the problem with 4 straight. You can like hit that nice little groove where like you have a bunch of guys just hit.
No one else has done it.
But 5 and 7 years, that's a little more extension going on.
4 in a row is tough.
Sure.
I mean, now 1980 and 1990, it's 2 different times.
Right. And also the fact that the league was expanding around that time too. So.
Do you remember on this day, 2010, the Flyers beat the Montreal Canadiens 4-1 in the Eastern Conference Final? It was on this day the Flyers went to the Stanley Cup in 2010. They went on to lose to the Chicago Blackhawks. I think that was a big day for Michael Leighton.
I was going to say that was the Michael Leighton-led Flyers.
Yes, it was. Well, it was multiple goalies that led them that.
Yeah, it was Leighton. It was Boucher on his 3rd term. Poor Boucher. By the way, Boucher's going to ESPN.
Is he?
Yeah.
Good for him.
He's going to be.
I like Boucher on the broadcast. You mean on the NHL, the NHL package?
Yeah.
The new ESPN.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's going to. When
okay with that.
NBC is done, he's going to join ESPN.
Have they announced their broadcast teams yet?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm seeing news about guys trickling in about who's going where, kind of thing. That's what I'm seeing mostly lately.
All right. Do you remember on this day? Actually, it's birthday. This is a birthday.
Oh, fancy.
All right. 1979. Tracy McGrady. He is a Hall of Fame forward, NBA All-Star, NBA scoring champion, played for the Raptors, Magic, Rockets. Tracy McGrady, born on this day in 1979.
You could argue one of the more underrated scorers of the last 20-plus years because he doesn't get talked about a lot, and there's like elite scorer talks. Like
People forget, too, he came out of high school.
He played in today's game. He'd be averaging like 35 points a game.
You think?
Oh, yeah. Because he was able to do everything, do inside, outside. He also was a very underrated passer. He was able to facilitate a little bit, too.
All right, I got one more. I did this one for you.
Okay.
On this day, do you remember him? 1979. Of course you remember him. UFC fighter and professional wrestler Frank Mir's birthday today.
Frank Mir, former heavyweight champion. Frank Mir, though, had a very he had one of those careers that could have been a lot better. He was one of those guys who was like a real prodigy when he came out. He was this big jiu-jitsu guy. He was super big and strong. And then Brock Lesnar blasted him. And he's like, well, I got to get bigger and stronger than I even am. So he bulked up, and then Brock blasted him again. And then his career just kind of became this thing where he was like a gatekeeper. It was like, if you can beat Frank Mir, you can fight for the title. If you can't beat Frank Mir, you shouldn't be near the title.
All right, that's Do You Remember for May 24th. Now, tomorrow includes some big names. Babe Ruth. How about a guarantee? Just say that, okay? And
I feel like Billy Schwein will be interested.
Yes. Okay, and here's another one. We'll say Kawhi Leonard is involved.
Okay.
And I know what everybody's thinking. You might be right. As Billy Joel once said, you may be right, you may be wrong. You may be wrong, right, but you may be wrong.
So tomorrow involves a guarantee, a pitcher turned Hall of Fame hitter, and a Terminator.
There you go. That's Do You Remember here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. That was a good one today.
Good times.
It is brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan now open. Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot, online at mattblattnissan.com. When we come back, Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid became the first Sixers teammates since these two to do something. And the Sixers, dating back to 2019, snapped a 4-game losing streak in this. I got the details next. 443 Sports Bash. So Tobias Harris and Joel Embiid yesterday became the first set of teammates for the 76ers to, this is crazy because, well, I guess it's not all that crazy. Harris at 37. It's the most in a Sixers postseason opener since Allen Iverson scored 55 back in 2003. And 26 points in the paint for Tobias Harris yesterday. That is a career high for any game he's ever played in. Now, Joel Embiid had his fourth straight 30-point playoff game. People forget that last season, Joel Embiid in the playoffs against Boston averaged 30 points a game. So his fourth straight 30-point game, it's one shy of a Sixers franchise record. Now, Harris and Embiid became the first Sixers teammates with 30 points each in a playoff game since Charles Barkley and Hersey Hawkins back in 1990. How about that? Hersey Hawkins out of Bradley. Now, Ben Simmons, 6 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists, became the sixth player with 15 points and 15 assists in a playoff game, and he's the second to do it without 10 points in the game. You know who the other guy was? Magic Johnson. And I'm sure nobody complained that Magic only scored 9, 8, 7, whatever points it was in that game. As for the Wizards, Bradley Beal, 33 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, became the first Wizard with 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists in a playoff game since 1984. That was Jeff Ruland, who was part of that trade for the Sixers and stunk when he got here, had a lot of knee problems. The Wizards have lost 13 of their last 14 playoff series when losing game one. So this one's not going so well for them. And over to the Sixers side, they have won 6 straight meetings dating back to 2019 and snapped a 4-game losing streak in game one of a playoff series. It's the first time the Sixers have won game one in the playoffs since 2018 when they beat the Heat. Think about that. Every other time the Sixers have been in the playoff, they lose game one. Lost to Boston last year, lost to Toronto. So obviously getting that first game for the Sixers is pretty important. All right, 609-403-0973. Mike, I enjoyed your comments on Simmons. The Wizards tried to defend Embiid like Tim Legler said on the show last week, with Simmons' man doubling Embiid, but it only created more wide-open looks for Seth Curry and Danny Greene because their man can't leave Simmons in the dunker spot. Just another way Simmons' presence affects the game outside of his 15 assists when casual fans can't look past his scoring. That's from Rodney. Rodney, you know what? That's a great point. I kind of brought that up earlier with Paul Hudrick about the patience that Simmons, when he's in that dunker spot, there's a lot of times where the other defender doesn't know what to do with him. And I know people say he clogs the lane up, but the Sixers have figured a way how to kind of tiptoe around that. They have kind of figured out a way to kind of scheme that. So it's not really as big of a problem that it used to be. It used to be a big problem. They've done a much better job figuring out what to do with Ben Simmons in these situations. Let's go to some of the comments that are coming in on the video stream. This is on Facebook from Clark Burns. People don't remember when Simmons was out, this team doesn't win. When he was on the bench yesterday, the team was so mellow and confused on what to do. Yeah, I mean, Clark, it's hard to pound into people's head. He missed 4 games. They went 0 for 4. When he's not on the floor, their offense looks discombobulated. That is undeniable. Christopher is watching the show on YouTube. Says, that is the facts, Gill. I don't know why people don't get that. I'm beginning to believe that Philly haters winners hates winners. McNabb, they hate Ben. We can win the chip, and Ben will still be hated. Yeah, it's going to be weird. If they win the championship, will they still complain about Ben Simmons? Maybe. Let's see. Let's go to who's this? Tyreek is watching the game on YouTube. He says the only guy who can have that effect on an NBA game, he controls the tempo of both sides of the court, causing mismatches all game on both sides of the ball with a very high motor. Ben Simmons. Yeah, that's a good point, Tyreek, is that he does control the tempo on both sides because he bothers the crap out of you on the defensive side of the ball. Beal had a good game, but when Simmons was on him, it was apparent that he was having some trouble with the length of Simmons. Frank checks in. He's watching on YouTube. He says, Wizards played a great game and still lost. Embiid was in foul trouble and still scored 30. Sixers might sweep this series. Yeah, I agree, Frank. That was a Simmons a series game that the Wizards should have and had to have if they want to compete in this series. You had Joel Embiid play 10 minutes, and he played 30 minutes in this game. I mean, he basically missed half a quarter, if not more. I mean, he typically would play about 38 minutes. He played 30 yesterday. So I agree with you, Frank. The Wizards shot the ball well. They got 33 and 10 from Beal. Westbrook didn't have a monster game yesterday. But that's a game. Bertans shot it well. That's a game that, with Embiid in foul trouble, Ben Simmons not scoring, according to people out there, right? James says, Mike, I completely agree. Simmons is an anomaly. Well, there's certainly no other Ben Simmons. There's certainly no other Ben Simmons out there. There just isn't. All right, let's 609-403-0973. There's no way about it. He is a polarizing guy. He's a guy that a lot of people don't like because he doesn't score, and we get it. I think for the most part, though, if the Sixers are going to win a title, Ben Simmons is going to be a huge part of that. And why is that? Because the game they had yesterday, 26 points from Greene and Curry, 37 points from Tobias Harris, 30 points from Joel Embiid. That's not happening with your run-of-the-mill point guard playing. That's not happening if, you're just saying, hey, Ben, go to the basket and score 25 points. You got to keep that in mind. So one of the reasons why Tobias Harris scores 37 is because, Ben Simmons. One of the reasons that the other two guys shoot the three with wide open looks is because of Ben Simmons. You guys all get that, I hope now. But I don't think everybody does. There was a big point in that game yesterday, too, with the defense that kind of – they had that little run there that they went on. What was it, like 80? It was like 88, 81. I think they took like a 9-point lead there. Washington's kind of holding on. Washington's kind of hanging in there. And a lot of stuff happened in that little stretch. And you had the three. Curry hits that three. How about the pass Simmons threw from the one foul line, like on a dart down the other end of the court? All of that kind of stuff just got that team going. And I think for the most part, Washington, look, I don't know. You guys might think differently. I thought Washington played about as good a game as they're going to play. You think Washington shot 40% from 3-point yesterday. Bertans was 4 of 8, so he played one of his better games. Hachimura, 2 for 2. The two guys that didn't shoot it well, the one guy didn't shoot it well. Westbrook doesn't shoot the 3. But as Beal, he was only 1 for 6 from 3. But they shot 40% from 3. They didn't get to the line enough. They settled for too many jumpers, that team. That's one of the problems with the Wizards. They're not a good perimeter team, and they settle for so much. They don't have the size. I mean, they have some length. Len has length. Lopez has length. Gafford has length. They just don't have the size to compete with Joel Embiid. It's, when you look at this, they don't have anybody to match up with Tobias Harris. That was obvious yesterday. And for the most part, this is a mismatch in every area except for Beal can compete in this series. Westbrook, he can compete in this series. The rest of these guys, I mean, you're playing Neto 22 minutes. You're playing Ish Smith 23 minutes. You talk about the secondary players. The Sixers got 26 points and 6 threes out of their 2 quote-unquote secondary guys, Danny Greene and Seth Curry. The Wizards secondary guys, I mean, you had Neto in the starting lineup, scored 20, play 22 minutes. He gives you 7 points. Ish Smith, 23 points. He gives you 6 points. You look at Westbrook. Westbrook had 16 points and 14 assists yesterday. So Westbrook plays a pretty good game. But again, you talk about judging Ben Simmons against Westbrook. Westbrook had 16 points, and they lose that game. Ben Simmons has 6 points, and they win that game. And we're more concerned about how many points Ben Simmons scored yesterday. It's quite amazing, actually, when you think about it. By the way, Phillies tonight, no Harper, and we told you Herrera in the lineup, batting second. Him being in the lineup isn't the story. It's where he's hitting in the lineup. Geoff Kerr is going to talk some NFL with us at 5:25 tonight. We'll continue with the Sixers conversation. So let me ask you guys out there. If the Sixers play that game, if that's their blueprint, right? If that's their blueprint, how deep can they go? How deep can they go if that's their blueprint? Which is, by the way, what they want. Harris, Embiid to dominate, and then the 2 secondary guys to shoot the 3. Let me know. 609-403-0973. All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, everybody? I'm Mike Gill. Hopefully you're enjoying this Monday. The Sixers with a win over the Washington Wizards. They lead the series 1-0, and they will play Wednesday night here on 97.3 ESPN. A lot of interesting takes that have me scratching my head from the game on Sunday afternoon. Tobias Harris with 37 points. Of course, we were all told, hey, I'll believe Tobias Harris when I see him in the playoffs. He scored 37, and then I got, well, he did it against the Wizards. I want to see it against the Nets. So you didn't really want to see it in the playoffs. You only wanted to see it against, there's like 4 good teams in the league, and you only want to see Tobias Harris against those 4 teams. So don't say I want to see him in the playoffs. Just say I want to see him in the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA Finals to see. Because now it's, well, I mean, he's only playing the Wizards. So Tobias Harris all season long has essentially been this player. Anybody who watched the Sixers play all season long realize that this is Tobias Harris. This is a completely different player, just a different mindset. The Sixers are using him better. We heard a lot about the offseason when they hired Doc Rivers, and that him and the way he used him in L.A. much better than he was used in Philadelphia with Brett Brown the last couple of years. Well, hiring Doc Rivers isn't going to change Tobias Harris. Well, if you watch the season, it did change Tobias Harris. Much more decisive player, much better at making decisions on pulling up, shooting, taking the ball to the basket, much more aggressive, just a more offensive, better usage of him in their offense. Not even a question. He scores 37. People complained. Well, I want to see him do it against the Nets. All right, fine. Joel Embiid yesterday, absolutely dominant. We told you on Friday, the Wizards have no answer for him. He scores 30 points in 30 minutes. He has foul trouble early in the game. He plays 10 minutes. People are complaining that he looks like he's disinterested. People are complaining that he looks like he's out of gas. I said, he played 10 minutes. He's barely on the floor yesterday in the first half of the game. He dominates down the stretch and absolutely takes over that game. I mean, because Harris had 28 in the first half, and then he ends up with 37. He still scores, 9 points in the second half. But Joel Embiid is absolutely no answer for him in the second half. So those 2 guys go out and take care of business. The other 2 guys, Greene and Curry, that's exactly the game you need from them. 11 from Greene, 15 from Curry, 6 3-pointers. That's the blueprint. That's the way the Sixers win. They're 2 stars. They're 2 scoring stars, I should say. Score the basketball. They're 2 role players. Do what they were brought here to do. Spread the floor and make threes. And it's all encompassing from their floor leader, who is Ben Simmons. And yet Simmons, of course, today is the guy that didn't score. He's the guy that only hit or did not make a free throw 0 for 6, which, by the way, is unacceptable. I mean, make your damn free throws, Ben Simmons. I mean, if he makes 3 of the if he shoots 50% yesterday, he's got 9 points, and I'm sure people are still complaining. The 15 assists, people I just don't think understand basketball. Ryan Robinson's watching on Facebook. He obviously is a clueless clown. He says the Ben Simmons payroll is churning today. I mean, how do you watch that game and criticize what you saw? I mean, it's the most bizarre thing ever. Who's getting paid by Ben Simmons? I'm watching a player that completely dominated the game. You must be the other guy, because who's paying somebody to say that? Who's paying someone to say a guy who had 15 assists and completely controlled the pace of that game is getting paid by Ben Simmons? It is the biggest buffoonery I've ever seen in my life. He absolutely controls the whole game yesterday. And I talked about this with LeBron James the other night. Now, LeBron James scores 22. That's a number that a clown like Ryan Robinson gets excited. Oh, he scored 22 points. He controlled the whole game, LeBron James, in that game against the Wizards. Not the Wizards, the Warriors. The fact that LeBron James scored 22 points was secondary in that game. Him scoring 22 points was secondary. Look, anybody who understands basketball, and I know Ryan Robinson, I don't know you from Adam. You obviously don't really understand. So it's okay if you don't understand the game and you're just a casual fan. That's okay. LeBron James controlled the game against the Warriors, not by scoring. He passed the ball and he got everybody else involved and controlled the pace and tempo of the game. That's what winning basketball is. Controlling the style of the game, making the Wizards play to your style. The Wizards don't want to play that game. You think the Wizards want to play that style of game? Are you that clueless? Are you a guy that's that clueless? Obviously. And I feel bad for people like him, but hey, whatever. You're a nice guy. You're watching the show. You're probably a good dude to have a beer with and have a good back and forth with. And I'd love to do it sometime. But you obviously just don't know basketball. The style of the game is the difference in the game. The Wizards don't want to play the style that Ben Simmons makes them play. They don't want to play it on offense, and they don't want to play it on defense. And what Doc Rivers said yesterday after that game, that is another thing that a clown like this guy just doesn't get. He talked about what Ben Simmons forces the other team to do on defense. He said that all the switching that has to happen, the other team is, he says he creates so many points. He does it off the glass, off transition to threes, creating switches that they don't want to have. He puts their defense in such an unenvious situation because he's 6'10", and while he doesn't score, you can't just leave a guy 6'10" standing there. And that's the problem that other teams have with him. And this is where the Sixers kind of have you. They have you stuck. Here's a guy that the Sixers don't want to score. They don't want him to score, Ben Simmons. If he scores, great. That would appease the clowns like this guy out there. If Ben Simmons scored 15, these clowns would be happy with that. But the Sixers are saying, we don't want him to score. If he scores, great. But we don't need him to score. If Seth Curry and Danny Greene score 26 points, who cares how many points Ben Simmons has? Why does that matter? Like, I'll take 15 assists from Ben Simmons over 15 points every day because that means he has controlled the pace of the game. He has controlled the pace of the game. It's their style. That's what they want. This isn't somebody paying you. If Ben Simmons plays that game, they're going to win more. By the way, they win more times than not anyway. Well, they don't do it in the playoffs. Now we're waiting for the playoffs to get here. Well, they did it in the playoffs. All I heard leading into the playoffs was, well, they're going to sag off Ben Simmons, and you're not going to be able to do the same thing. Well, the Wizards, who, by the way, are not a good defensive team. So I'm not taking full stock into beating the Wizards the way you did. They're not a good defensive team. But when the playoffs get here, teams typically change their blueprint. They change their style of play. Because now we're in the playoffs. Let's do something different because what we did in the regular season, we can't do. It's a different game now. They couldn't change because the personnel the Sixers have is a matchup problem for a lot of teams, not just the Wizards. A lot of people didn't want to, hey, I can't get behind Tobias Harris because I haven't seen it in the playoffs. Okay, that's fine. I think we were all waiting to see what Tobias Harris you were going to get. You got that one yesterday. That one was pretty darn good. Are we on the Tobias Harris payroll now, too, because he scored 37? No, he did that all year long. That's not a surprise that he played like that yesterday. That's who Tobias Harris has been over the 72-game season. He didn't need to convince me anymore. Anybody that needed to be convinced of Tobias Harris just didn't watch him play. Yeah, if you were going off of what you saw from years past, you had every right to say, I don't believe in Tobias Harris. He's just an average guy. And guess what? That was accurate in the first 2 years he was here. He just was an average player. If you watched him over the 72-game stretch this year, he obviously wasn't. Ben Simmons yesterday. Okay, there's a play that really personifies. Simmons, Joel Embiid catches the ball at right around the foul line, okay? He catches the ball around the foul line. He takes a couple dribbles in. Now, Simmons is off on the left block, and they're one-on-one, Embiid then passes off and then recatches the ball. And then what happens? Ben Simmons' guy leaves him to go double Embiid. Right? So now Ben Simmons has to be defended. You can't not have a 6'10" guy. You can't have a 6'10" guy standing in the paint with nobody defending him. So who do they use to defend Simmons after the double team comes? The guy that was standing in the corner defending Seth Curry. Embiid takes a couple dribbles and he kicks it out into the corner, and Seth Curry wide open 3. Now, Ben Simmons doesn't get the assist on that play. But when you have to use, and it's, by the way, it's a great job by Doc Rivers in the play and how we talked about what they've done to use Ben Simmons is they send Embiid one way, they send Simmons on the weak side. Now Simmons' defender doubles Embiid. So somebody has to defend Simmons in the paint. You can't leave him there open. And because Embiid is so good, he dribbles through the double team and then kicks it out to the corner. And Neto is down on the block trying to defend Ben Simmons. Good luck with that. Now, if you did the same play and just put your regular 6'3" point guard down there, you're not as concerned with him down in the paint area. You know, he sets the screen, he hedges on that, and then boom, he basically blocks off the defender so that he can't get out there. It's all the off-the-ball stuff. And people who don't watch a lot of basketball, you don't watch what's going on off the ball. I don't expect you to, right? I don't expect you to sit there and study like off-the-ball movement and those type of things. But those were the things yesterday. You know, the pass to George Hill. I mean, no one else is making that pass. It's not happening. You know, that one play, it's one of those things where the style of the game gets changed because you have a player who is so unselfish. And that's what I appreciate, unselfishness. Over on the text board, 609-403-0973 says, Mike, I don't think we can judge the team until after game 2 of the series. I think that's fair. I mean, even if they sweep this series, every challenge, every round presents a new challenge. It's a new style. It's a new fight. We all knew styles make fights. The Wizards do not want to play this style. They don't want to have to get into a fist fight with a team that's so much better defensively than they are and a team that wants to slow the pace down when the Wizards want to speed the pace up. Over on the text board, Mike, what's funny about the Sixers fans overreacting to a sluggish start is that you just saw the Brooklyn Nets Twitter. Their fans were leaving comments like, if we play like this, we'll never beat Philly. And in the Nets game against Boston, they pulled it together towards the end of the third. And for the rest of the game, just like the Sixers, people need to chill out and realize the Sixers may lose a few games getting there, but won't really be challenged until the Eastern Conference playoffs. So that's an interesting point about the Nets thing, because the Nets did not play all that well, and I thought their talent just stretched that thing out. They're just way more talented than Boston is. But they're going to play a bunch of games together to get to that Eastern Conference final, you would think. And I think that is one thing that is definitely a positive for Brooklyn, is that they don't have to face Philly until they get to that. And they would have played, you would think, at least 8 games, at the worst, 8 games before they get there. But look, if you're today looking at the Sixers game last night, I agree 1,000% that Ben Simmons needs to make his free throws. 1,000%. It's unacceptable. And for the life of me, for him to go 0 for 6 is just, I don't understand how that happens. You go 0 for 6, And you think to yourself, how is this even conceivable that a man first off, he doesn't get to the line enough. And that's part of the thing. If he just got to the line more and had the opportunity to do it more, he doesn't want to get to the line because he's not confident. You knew early in that game he was not making free throws. You just knew it right off the bat. And that he should be criticized for. If you guys need something to criticize Ben Simmons about, there you go. Top of the list. But it shouldn't be at the top of the list of the things that happened yesterday. At the top of the list of what happened yesterday. Like, if you're ranking for me, why did the Sixers win that game yesterday? I mean, realistically, I can't say that he's a higher on the list than Embiid and Harris, but I would say he's number 3. The secondary role players are what they are because he allows them to be their best versions of themselves. That's what it comes down to. Seth Curry and Danny Greene. By the way, Danny Greene hasn't been this productive a player in a long time. He really hasn't. Right? When was the last time Danny Greene? I mean, he's scoring 11 points, shooting 3 threes yesterday, 3 of 4. He's the best corner 3. Why is Danny Greene the best 3-point corner shooter in the league? I got news for you. It's not because Danny Greene is some wizard. He's wide open all the time. Why is he wide open all the time? I'll let you just figure that one out. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You remember a while back, and one of my biggest criticisms with Isaiah Thomas, Ben Simmons, is we had him on the show a couple of years ago. Isaiah Thomas talking about Ben Simmons and, the free throw shooting. And he said this.
With Simmons, for me, his growth, it's got to occur at the foul line. Because as a point guard, when you're a point guard in this league, your responsibility the last 2 minutes of the game is truly to close the game out. And you close the game out offensively. Normally, you're closing it out from the foul line. You're not turning the ball over, and you're making sure your team gets a good shot down every time. And if you're not a really good foul shooter, in the high 70s at least, you're going to be a target. The opposing team is going to target you at the end of the game to foul you, and your coach is going to lose confidence in you at the foul line. So therefore, at the end of game situations, they'd probably design plays to take the ball out of your hand. Now, if you're Ben Simmons and you improve from the foul line and you up your point production 2 to 3 points a night just by making free throws, then that's going to be the difference between winning 3 to 5 extra games during the course of the regular season.
That was Isaiah Thomas, and he's right. The free throw shooting, that's where I need more production from Ben Simmons. I don't need 15 points, 20 points, 25 points. I just need better free throw shooting. That's the criticism that I'm here for today. You want to criticize that? I'm all for it. Everything else, I can't help you. All right, when we come back, Julio Jones wants out of Atlanta. In fact, he says, I'm not going to be here. Should he be a target for the Eagles? We'll ask Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, covers the NFL. He's next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Anytime there's a big name, you know the Eagles fans want in, and Julio Jones wants out, so the Eagles fans want in. Does it make any sense? Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, is here to talk a little NFL, a little NFC East. As man, so Geoff, Julio Jones apparently on live television today said, "I'm out of Atlanta. I don't want to be here." He wants out of there. And immediately the Eagles fans are saying, you got to get this guy. You got to get this guy. 32 years old, making $15 million on cap guaranteed. So are the Eagles even a player for Julio Jones?
I don't think they're considered a player, but they probably should be a player because they have the draft capital to become a player. And as long as you have that draft capital, and I was talking about this on the Pick Six podcast today for CBS, as long as you have 3 first-round picks, you're going to be a player for Julio Jones. It doesn't matter if they actually are or not because they have a first-round pick they can afford to give away, and they were 4th in the NFL in fewest receiving yards last year. They should be a player. I'd be interested. I'd love to hear what Devonta Smith, an Alabama guy who probably has interacted with Julio Jones from time to time, but Julio wants to be traded to a contender, and that's the biggest issue there. Would he actually want to come to Philadelphia? My guess is no.
Yeah, 32 years old, had some injury issues there. Is that a concern there? Is the fact that, hey, are we getting this guy at the back end of his career, or do you think that he's still a guy that could be highly productive and that would be worth taking the risk?
Well, before last year, I think he only missed 2 total games over his last 5 years. So, and again, he was still very productive when he played last year. He was 7th in the NFL in receiving yards per game. He's still not a bad player. He's still one of the best receivers in the National Football League. My biggest issue with Julio Jones isn't his injuries. It's not his injury history. It's the fact that he just doesn't catch a lot of touchdowns. He only has like 63, 64 career touchdowns for a guy who has the most receiving yards through a player's first 135 games. The guy's a productive player, and if he can make your team better and probably make you a contender in the NFC East, if you truly believe you're good enough to compete for this division, you call the Falcons and say, hey, what would it take to get Julio Jones?
Yeah, that's a big question is, do they think they're a contender? I mean, we saw Shane Steichen over the weekend talk about how good the offensive line. He says, man, when I watch this team, my eyes go right to the offensive line, even when I'm watching the skill players. He says, we have one of the best offensive lines in football. So when I hear that, I'm wondering if, hey, the offensive coaches on this team are saying, man, if we could just get a veteran receiver in here, that could be a difference maker. So would Julio Jones be a difference-making player for the Eagles?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's a difference-making player for Devonta Smith. He's a difference-making player for Jalen Reagor. Can you imagine Julio Jones and Devonta Smith lined up together on this offense and Jalen Reagor in the slot? I actually believe you have one of the best receiving corps in all of football all of a sudden. And we still don't even know what Jalen Reagor is. We still don't know what Devonta Smith is. We think we know what Devonta Smith is. I'm pretty sure I know what Devonta Smith is. He's a baller. He's a game changer. And you know what? If you give up a first-round pick, we were talking about this today, earlier, and I mentioned I was on Pick Six podcast with Will Princeton. You are essentially trading Carson Wentz for Julio Jones. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty interesting way to look at it. I mean, to me, Julio Jones, you mentioned, like, Julio Jones plays right now with Calvin Ridley, and those two guys, the problem is that team doesn't win a whole heck of a lot. So,
they don't win because they don't have an offensive line or an offensive line that they think is good. They don't have a defense, and they were poorly coached.
Well, exactly. So I was going to say, you have those two receivers. Atlanta hasn't won a whole heck of a lot. Why? Well, their offensive line's not all that good. Their defense is wretched. But with the Eagles being a similar spot, that you're getting a player in here and that you would turn into the Falcons, a team that has great weapons, poor defense.
Again, I don't even think the Eagles would have a poor defense because we know how good their front four is. We think we know their linebacking core is better than what they were last year with Eric Wilson and Alex Singleton. I'm a little concerned about their secondary, and we've talked about this time in and time out, Mike, but Julio Jones could be the difference between a 7-win team and a 9-win team. And in the NFC East, that might be enough. And in my opinion, the Eagles are just going to get better after this year anyway because they're going to have the draft capital. They're going to have salary cap space to clear up. And, yeah, you're taking on a lot of money this year for Julio Jones and for the remainder, 2 years on his contract after this year. But still, you got a player that is just going to ball out for you night in and night out. I think you
big money's this year. The big money's this year. There's $15 million guaranteed this year. After this, there's only $2 million in guarantees next year. I think the final year you're kind of absolved of them. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. You tweeted earlier, Last 5 times the Eagles finished last in the NFC East, the result the following season. They made the playoffs every single time they finished last. So a move like this would suggest, hey, we finished last, but we want to make the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think if the Eagles get Julio Jones, my expectations would increase. Not tremendously, because I still don't know what the Eagles have in Jalen Hurts yet. I think I do. I think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, but we'll see. He has to – I got to put it this way. I don't want to hear about Jalen Hurts' completion percentage and he's growing if Julio Jones is here, because there should be no excuse. You should have to complete better than 52.9% of your passes. Right. My expectations go up for Jalen Hurts because he'll have weapons that Carson Wentz never had. He'll have Julio Jones. He'll have Devonta Smith. He'll have Miles Sanders. He'll have Dallas Goedert. Heck, you know what? And the Eagles are going to clear up cap space anyway for this guy if they decide to get rid of Zach Ertz. You're basically also flipping Julio Jones for Zach Ertz in the same realm. I don't want to see them do that, but that's probably what they're going to have to do. So, yeah, my expectations will go up because you are getting a prime ball player. It's almost like the Eagles getting, dare I say it, Terrell Owens. They're just not on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl, but they would be on the cusp of going to the playoffs.
Yeah, this will be interesting. If you're just tuning in, Julio Jones essentially said, I'm out of here. Doesn't want to be in Atlanta. Some reports have come out that he made a trade request, and so far the Falcons have not done anything about that. But it appears more and more likely that Julio Jones will be out of Atlanta. We know he doesn't want to go to Dallas. So what other teams are in play?
Well, if I'm the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm calling. If I'm the Baltimore Ravens, I'm calling, because that's the difference between those two winning another Super Bowl, honestly. I think the Ravens are a wide receiver away from actually being a Super Bowl team. And Sammy Watkins just doesn't move the needle for me. I like Rashad Bateman. I think he's going to be a good player in this league, but I think they need more. I think they need that true veteran. And until the John Harbaugh, stops doing this Andy Reid thing, and I know he's won a Super Bowl, but Andy Reid never really got wide receivers either for his star quarterback and Donovan McNabb for years. And then when he did, look what happened. They got over the NFC Championship game home. I think if the Ravens get Julio Jones, they'll be unstoppable with Lamar Jackson. I think if the Kansas City Chiefs get Julio Jones, wrap it up. I think they go to Super Bowl and win it no matter what, because Patrick Mahomes will have him and Tyreek Hill. You're unbeatable. I'll tell you another team I would probably give a call to just to make a certain quarterback happy. That's the Green Bay Packers. I would say, what does it take to get this guy? I mean, why not? Try to make this guy happy and then say, hey, Aaron, look, shut up. We got this guy for you. Right. We made a deal to go to a Super Bowl. You have him. You have Devontae Adams. You have Aaron Jones. We brought him back. We're a little weaker on the offensive line. We're a little weaker defensively. Shut up. We got you everything you need. If you don't want to be here, I can't help you.
And look, I said from the beginning, I think Aaron Rodgers ends up playing in Green Bay. I just don't see them moving him out. But stranger things have happened. But when you have a quarterback like that, they have it's either he doesn't play and doesn't get paid, or he plays in Green Bay. That's the way I see it kind of working out. But
and he has a future. He doesn't have to play football this year if he doesn't want to.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Next week, June 1st will be here. So why is June 1st a big day in the NFL calendar?
Oh, all those cap problems clear up. That post-June 1st deadline. I think we could see Aaron Rodgers, Julio Jones, these guys get traded because teams are going to shed a significant amount of cap space because of the post-June 1st deadline. We always hear June 1st, June 1st, June 1st. Well, all of a sudden, releasing Zach Ertz saves the Eagles $12 million compared to what, $4 million? That's a big difference in cap space. And that's why I think you're going to see Zach Ertz move. That's why I think you're going to see a bunch of these veterans. It's not going to be as many as we think, but it's going to be guys that teams have been trying to trade and they just haven't been able to do it. Now all of a sudden teams are going to be maybe a little more active. I'm not going to say they're going to do it like during their mandatory minicamp period, but June, July, you could see a couple deals go down because of this.
Yeah, June 1st is Tuesday, so that's a big day of the NFL calendar, and it really means, all right, so over at, the looking at some of these free agents, when you're looking over the free agents that are out there still and some of the moves that are still being made, you get a guy like, there's some interesting veterans still out there. Steve Nelson, we know. Richard Sherman is still out there. Do any of those two guys, Nelson, Sherman, we know they both make sense for Philadelphia, but do you anticipate that either one would sign here?
I think Sherman is going to sign with somebody sooner or later. I still have Sherman. If he goes anywhere, I think he's going to be with the Saints because of his familiarity with that defense. I always thought maybe the Dallas Cowboys could be in play for Richard Sherman. I just don't see him going there, even with the Dan Quinn factor. Something tells me he's going to stay out west, where he goes to the Raiders because of the familiarity with their scheme, whether he goes to back to the Seattle Seahawks or stays with San Francisco 49ers. I ultimately think he's going to stay in San Francisco because the 49ers are going to say to themselves, look, we don't need you, but we need you. Like you're a luxury, and we can afford a luxury like you because we feel we're good enough to go to the Super Bowl. So I think he goes there. Steve Nelson, I think the Eagles will be a significant player for him in the long run. But we have talked about this, Mike, the trade market. Who's going to be available in there? If the Eagles feel like parting ways with a third, fourth round pick is better than getting a guy like Steve Nelson, I think they make a move. But if Steve Nelson is the best option available, I think they go for it, and they have their QB, their CB too.
How about Geno Atkins, the defensive tackle? I mean, I think the Eagles, now they drafted 2 guys at tackle, but you're really asking 2 rookies to kind of be a part of that rotation. Does Atkins interest you at all?
I think defensive tackle is the one position where you can get immediate contribution because you're not asking too much. Remember all the years before, Mike, when they had Paul Grass-Mass and Sam Rayburn and guys like that, they were able to get production out of those guys. And we saw it throughout the year. I mean, we saw it with Hassan Ridgeway. You don't have to pay top money, but if you can get a player like Geno Atkins who can line up on the outside, who can line up it inside, is better on the inside, but you can rush him on third down on the outside. Competition is always good, and Nick Sirianni has preached competition. I wouldn't be against Geno Atkins being here if it doesn't cost much, and it doesn't look like he would cost much at this point. It's like a Ryan Kerrigan. You bring a guy in with high character.
Yeah, K'Wan Shorts, another tackle, Sheldon Richardson. There's a couple defensive tackles. I feel like Philly may need to add a veteran tackle and then the 2 rookies maybe battle it out as that 4th guy. So those 3 guys are all veterans who have been players in this league. And then the other guy who's still a free agent that's interesting, there's a couple of them, but how about on the defensive side of the ball? Is KJ Wright a guy you have any interest in?
I'd love to have KJ Wright with the Eagles. I just don't see him as a fit in this defense. I ultimately think he goes back to Seattle.
All right, Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. And then, of course, there's still the Zach Ertz thing. I don't know how that ends, but I saw a proposed trade today that sends him to Buffalo for a 7th-round pick. I mean, if you end up getting just a 7th-rounder, man, that's you don't trade him.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade him. Not for a 7th-round pick. I don't want to hear, well, we got something. No, this is a franchise pillar. I'm sorry. I think you have to get at least a 4th-round pick for this guy, or you keep him. And if you really want to cut him and create cap space, and that's what you do, and you make him happy, and then he can go to Indianapolis or Buffalo or wherever he kind of wants to go. But unless you get a 4th-round pick for this guy, I wouldn't do it. You're better off having him.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Obviously, there's a lot going on. As we mentioned, that June 1st date is going to be here next week. So keep an eye on that because that could be another active period in the NFL. And obviously, there's a lot going on with the Eagles at their voluntary camps. But over the weekend, it was interesting. They kind of struck a deal to get these veteran players to come to the voluntary camps by saying, we won't make you do the mandatory camps. So the Eagles have a lot of guys that are there, and they have a media tomorrow, so we'll get more from Nick Sirianni. We got Gannon over the weekend. We got Steichen over the weekend. Anything stick out from those guys?
Just Jonathan Gannon. The guy just sounds like an NFL head coach. I think we talked about this. Did we talk about Friday, Mike? Or Jonathan Gannon?
We hit on that. Yep.
Yeah, and he just sounded like an NFL head coach. Steichen, I didn't get to hear most of his press conference. I did get the transcripts though. I was pretty impressed with what he had to say. And again, I knew all I needed to know about Shane Steichen when I interviewed Justin Herbert back in February when he said, look, Shane Steichen is the reason why I was as good as I was this past year. And I think Justin Herbert's going to miss Shane Steichen a bit, and I think he's going to really help Jalen Hurts. I think it's going to be a huge move for the Eagles in that coaching staff. That was a great hire by Nick Sirianni to bring him in.
Yeah, Gannon, I left impressed with Gannon. Steichen's interesting. I like the fact that he zoned in on the offensive line. And to me, that's the story of this team. That offensive line being back and healthy. That is the story I'm telling if I'm the Eagles. And Steichen nailed it. He said, I put on the film and I watched the skill players and I went right to the offensive line. We've got one of the best lines in football. And he's right. If They are healthy.
And honestly, Mike, that's how they've made the playoffs every year after coming in last, because their offensive line has always been good every single one of those years. With Andy Reid, with Chip Kelly, with Doug Peterson, their strength was always in the trenches. And the offensive line, it's going to be the same way. Like, I don't think this offensive line is just going to fall off a cliff with these guys healthy.
Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports, at Geoff Kerr, CBS. And, of course, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline as June 1st. Keep that date. It's a week from tomorrow. We'll have plenty more as the free agent stuff happens. All right, Geoff, we'll talk to you Wednesday, man.
Yep, sounds great, Mike. By the way, tomorrow, Eagles game-by-game predictions. It's way too early. I'm usually on the money with this. Last year, I was off a lot, but normally I'm pretty close, and I wasn't super optimistic, but I think the Eagles are going to be a little better than what other people think.
All right, check that out over at CBS Sports, at Geoff Kerr, CBS, and we'll go over that on Wednesday's show. All right, man.
Yep, sounds great. Thanks for having me on, Mike.
All right, Geoff Kerr, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. He's back on Wednesday and Friday as we talk to Geoff here on the Sports Bash. And don't forget, Wednesday night as well, it's Sixers and Wizards Game 2. And you can only hear that here on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Dorothy Gale Roofing. No place like your home. And if you have a leak or need a new roof, call Dorothy Gale Roofing. 877-97-KEVIN. Online, DorothyGaleRoofing.com. Appreciate everybody watching and listening today. We'll close it out with the sound of the day. And it's coming up next. All right, here we go. 5 questions time. Well, so we've kind of, morphed the 5 question segment into the sound of the day, and we ask questions off of the sound of the day. Now, today we had former Phillies pitcher Tommy Greene on the show, who was great. And you can listen to that full interview at 973ESPN.com. But we asked him what impressed him the most about Zach Wheeler.
Consistent guy has been obviously Wheeler. Day in and day, I mean, every time he seems to do the post, he's got the command and with basically all his pitches, and he's executing. And when you start doing that, now he added in a little more wrinkle. I saw him add it in yesterday a little bit. He threw some curveballs, which was even better because he's hard all the time, with that hard breaking ball, hard fastball. So your command has to be really, really good. And that's the way it's been. You have to hit 50 caps and give him the kudos for it, man.
So if there was one game and you needed a Phillies pitcher to win that game, Zach Wheeler, Aaron Nola, that was the question I asked him that kind of brought up that comment there.
My answer would be Zach Wheeler unequivocally, because I think that Wheeler has proven in the last 2 years that he is more consistently giving you that great outing than Nola is, and I think it's not even a question anymore. I think it's a profound extension of the reality that Aaron Nola has hit a ceiling, I think, and Zach Wheeler keeps ascending.
I thought he really broke that down very well, and he kind of agreed without kind of coming right out and saying that Wheeler would be the guy. It kind of sounded to me like that was the guy. All right, Paul Hudrick joined us. Interesting conversation we had regarding the way that Doc Rivers used his bench in rotation in game 1.
Furkan Korkmaz doesn't come in till late in the second quarter. I think that was strictly because they were 1 of 11 from 3. I think if they had been hitting the 3 ball, I don't think you see Korkmaz at all. He comes in, he misses all 3, doesn't play a second in the second half. Then the only reason Maxey gets in is because Seth Curry takes a shot to the stomach and misses the last 2 minutes of the first half. And then because he added a little spark, he had that N1 basket, I think Doc was like, all right, let me see if I can get him in there and see if he can give us a jolt. So I think he's going to want to stick to 9 guys. But as we've talked about a lot, he's not afraid to play those 11 guys. He will play any of them.
What'd you think of the way I thought it was interesting. He gave Maxey a little run late, but I thought Paul broke it down well. I don't know that you see Korkmaz really much at all. He played 5 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, I thought Paul explained exactly what we saw yesterday in vivid detail. The Sixers shot horribly from 3 in the first half. Doc was just trying to find somebody to make it work. And then when he saw Maxey worked a little bit, he went back to him. And I think that Paul makes a lot of sense that, Doc is not going to be a slave to, I have to do it this way. No, he's going to say from game to game, series to series, I'm going to make adjustments where I need to make adjustments. I think it's a big deal, Mike.
Paul Hudrick, Ben Simmons, a lot of criticism on Big Ben today. He had 15 points, 15 rebounds, but he was 0 of 6 from the free throw line and only 6 points.
Ben Simmons understands a couple things. One, he's not meant to be the scorer of this basketball team, just flat out. That's not his role. His role is not to score. His role is to find the scorers and the shooters because it's not his strength. His strength is not scoring the basketball. 2, he recognizes that 3 points are worth more than 2. So if he can drive to the basket, drag a defender into the paint with him, that's leaving somebody open on the perimeter for a 3, and he is smart enough and he has the vision to find those guys on the perimeter.
Seems to be the recipe constantly for the Sixers. Wide open looks all day.
And you know what? You don't build this team this way if Ben Simmons isn't capable of getting you those 15 assists. I think that's part of the thing people have to remember. Daryl Morey built this team with the vision that this is what they could do. And you know what? You don't build a team this way if you're asking Ben Simmons to be somebody or something else.
That's an interesting point because Morey, you're absolutely right about the fact that Morey put together a team knowing what Ben Simmons' weaknesses are. Guy doesn't want to shoot. We don't want to force him to shoot. What do we need to give him that he hasn't had before? Well, guys that there's a difference between being a good shooter and also knowing where the spots on the floor are to go to get himself open. Paul talked about this way back about how Danny Greene knows where to kind of get himself. And then Matisse Thybulle not there yet in terms of where to go on the floor. And Ben Simmons does such a good job at getting those guys the ball. But your point about Morey is valid, that he built this team with that in mind, is how can I get the perfect guys around Ben Simmons? It'll be interesting to see, because Danny Green's a free agent. If they'd said, we have to bring him back, that'll be interesting. Because if you lose one of those shooters,
right,
that minimizes Simmons.
Do you think they have to bring Danny Green back?
That's a tough one. It really is, because he's an older guy. I mean, what's he going to get paid? Is there going to be a market for him out there? But you're going to have to replace him. You got to have a guy that can shoot. You got to have two guys on the floor at all times that can shoot with Ben Simmons out there. If you don't have two, then all these criticisms of him not scoring, and they all come back, because they're going to need him to score more. You don't need him to score because you have two guys hitting 40% from three-point range. That's why Ben works. Without that, this style that Ben Simmons has doesn't work. And I realize that, but this style he has works because of those two guys. Right?
That's a whole big part of it. You don't have this system if Ben doesn't do X, Y, Z as well as he does. And by the way, people forget, Russell Westbrook was asked, what is the hardest part about getting a triple-double? And he told TNT a few nights ago, he said, it's the assist, because you're depending on the other guy and you're trusting that guy to make the basket when you pass it to him. So think about that the next time you complain about Ben Simmons scoring versus assists.
All right, let's get a football one in from Mosher here. Geoff Mosher, football at 4. Jonathan Gannon is the Eagles' new defensive coordinator. He spoke over the weekend, and here was Mosher's recap.
Know that he's going to run the pure cover 2, Tampa 2 style defense that Eberflus runs, but that Indianapolis defense is known for hitting you, getting quick to the ball. Guys like Darius Leonard, they fly to the ball. They're intense. They play. That's what they show up on tape. You watch Indianapolis defense on tape, you think that's a pretty good smash mouth lunch pail defense. So that mentality, I think he wants to bring, that he got from Eberflus, and his X's and O's, and this may take a while. He may have to get more of his personnel style in, would look more like a Minnesota Vikings style defense.
So what are we thinking about what the Eagles defense might look like under Jonathan Gannon?
I think is what he says could be a little bit of we've heard the term hybrid defense, right? We've heard that phrase used a lot. I'm thinking more and more that we're going to see a defense that is not going to be a strict system like Schwartz was. I think you're going to see more pliability, more flexibility.
Pliability, there's a word.
Yeah, well, I think you're going to see something different than what you've seen before, and probably something different than you haven't seen since at least Jim Johnson was here. In terms of, giving
well, it's definitely going to be different from Jim Schwartz.
Right. And I think Jim Schwartz was he had his way of doing things, and that was it. Whereas Gannon sounds like he's saying, hey, I might just roll out there with something you may never expect.
All right. If you missed any of our full interviews, check them out on the YouTube channel. Tommy Greene talking about his no-hitter 30 years ago yesterday, and no-hitters in baseball today, and a little Phils. Paul Hudrick, Mike McGarry, Cam Rogers on Phil Mickelson. That was a good conversation as well. So check those all out on our YouTube channel. Game night's up next. Tom Moore, the columnist, joins Josh at 6:20. Talk a little bit more about that Sixers game. Yep. He's a longtime Sixers beat writer. Wednesday night, Sixers-Wizards, right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have the Bucks and Heat on Thursday, the Nets and Celtics on Friday, and the Sixers and Wizards Game 3 on Saturday. That time still listed as TBD. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.